Chapter 309. The wind spirit spiders in the sky launched another volley of attacks. Golden beams of light crisscrossed in the sky, forming a magnificent net of light. Brando still had 3 Earth EP left in his elemental pool, but he immediately tapped the Shire of Rhodes and allowed the Holy Sword card to attack twice in the next 15 minutes. The Holy Sword's attack was not very effective. A single beam of light could barely penetrate the outer layer of the Aedra Wyrm's magic defense, let alone penetrate its thick scales. The Aedra Wyrm's speed was too fast for the wind spirit spiders to catch up to it. Brando realized that the wind spirit spiders and the Holy Sword combination had another fatal weakness. The Holy Sword's accuracy was dependent on the wind spirit spider's attributes. However, the wind spirit spider's levels were too low. Their dexterity and perception were too low, and their intelligence was too low. Although the number of wind spirit spiders could make up for this weakness, the remaining 100 wind spirit spiders in the sky were not enough to deal with the Aedra Wyrm. The wind spirit spider's speed was at least 300%. Even with Medicia's help, the wind spirit spiders could barely contain the Aedra Wyrm. Brando stared at the battle in the sky and took a step back. Another card appeared in his hand, the Silver Horse. He threw the card to the center of the battlefield and drew a magic circle on the ground. A shining silver horse leaped out of the circle. "He knows how to summon," one of the young men shouted. Their eyes shone brightly. This battle was beyond their understanding. In their minds, if the Aedra Wyrm was the most terrifying monster in the world, then Brando and Medicia were the most powerful people in the world. On the other hand, the old man did not express his opinion. Coden's attention was completely focused on the battle taking place on the battlefield. The November War might have been more gruesome and cruel, but it was not as magnificent as this one. On the battlefield, it was a battle of flesh and blood. But here, the battle was nothing more than a golden net in the sky, a dragon and a unicorn knight. The battle was filled with a kind of fantasy, and it also evoked the old swordsman's memories of the time when he was young and passionate. He touched the Wind Empress ring on his index finger, feeling a little emotional. Brando had already mounted his horse. He patted the silver horse's neck, and it immediately turned into a streak of light and charged towards the Aedra Wyrm. The young man activated his charge skill in midair, and the speed of one man and one horse instantly caught up with Medicia's royal unicorn. With his sword in hand, he aimed at the wind dragon's belly, which was the weakest part of any dragon. Moreover, the wind dragon was a wild subspecies of dragon, unlike many of the second-generation dragons who were enslaved by the humans and wore chest and abdomen armor. The Aedra Wyrm sensed the threat coming from below and blocked Medicia's spear with one of its wings. It then turned its body in the air and swept its tail towards Brando. The Aedra Wyrm's tail whistled through the air like a banshee's wail as it swept past Brando's head. The sharp air current around the tail cut off a strand of Brando's hair. The young man ducked to avoid the attack, but he also lost the opportunity to attack. The Aedra Wyrm took advantage of the opportunity and swooped down towards Brando. A streak of azure lightning flashed across the sky. "Ah!" Jana heard Scarlet's worried cry from behind her. She realized that she had unknowingly gripped the iron bars tightly. The mercenary leader let go of her hand awkwardly, but the battle in the sky still made her feel uneasy. She looked up anxiously. The Aedra Wyrm's strength was beyond her imagination. However, Brando, who was under attack, did not think much of it. Brando had never fought a Aedra Wyrm before, but he was quite familiar with the flying lizards. He did not hesitate to tighten the reins of the silver horse and stopped in midair. He then whispered an order to the silver elf girl. "Medicia." Medicia, who was chasing after the Aedra Wyrm, looked up and saw Brando's eyes from afar. She immediately understood what he meant. Brando raised his sword, and the wind spirit spiders around him received the order. They immediately attacked the area between him and the Aedra Wyrm. The intertwining beams of light blocked the path of the Aedra Wyrm that was swooping down towards Brando. The Aedra Wyrm paused in midair, and at that moment, it was as if the wind in the air had stopped. The net of light became brighter and brighter, and even the Aedra Wyrm and Brando could not see each other through the blinding light. The Aedra Wyrm flapped its wings and could not move forward. Brando took a breather and checked his elemental pool. There were only 2 Earth EP left. He patted the silver warhorse's neck and allowed it to dive through the net of light. At the same time, another card of fate appeared in the young man's hand. The Aedra Wyrm on the other side of the net did not see Brando's actions. In fact, it had a bigger problem to deal with. The wind spirit spider's sudden attack had stopped it in midair. However, the price of being interrupted was fatal. Even though it was only for a moment, Medisha and her royal unicorn still managed to catch up to the Aedra Wyrm. Strike of 1,000 armies. Medisha held the silver spear in her hand tightly and thrust it forward. Her petite body was filled with terrifying power. Her spear, her horse, and her spear pierced through the air. The silver line pierced through the Aedra Wyrm in an instant, causing it to let out an anguished wail that shook the entire arena. Although it tried to dodge the amazing spear at the last moment, the Silver Elf Princess Knight's spear produced a strong suction force in the vacuum area and pulled it back. The spear first pierced through the Aedra Wyrm's outer layer of magical defense. Then, it parted the sharp air current and shattered the blue scales on the Aedra Wyrm's back. Blue blood burst out in the air and fell like rain. However, it evaporated halfway and formed a light blue cloud in the air. This was one of the main characteristics of air elementals. Air elementals were made up of wind elementals. When the wind elementals dissipated, they would return to the world in a free state. The Aedra Wyrm almost lost consciousness due to the excruciating pain. The strike of 1,000 armies was a slow but powerful elven battle technique. Even though Medisha was 2 ranks lower than the Aedra Wyrm, she was still able to inflict serious damage to it. While the Aedra Wyrm was falling, Brando and the Silver Warhorse had already passed through the light blue clouds in the same direction. He looked up at the Aedra Wyrm that was falling towards him and raised the card in his hand. "Show me," he shouted. The card in his hand depicted a group of charging knights. As soon as Brando let go of the card, it flew into the air and emitted a blinding light. Card of Fate, Sprint Drive enters the arena. Planeswalker pays 2 Earth Elementals. Summoner and Unicorn Knight receive Link ability. Shared power and shared damage. At that moment, Brendel felt his strength increase exponentially, more than doubling in an instant. He activated the Crystal of the Ghost Knight and activated Power Burst. In a split second, the exchange ratio between stamina and power burst was pushed to the highest level. It seemed like a simple slash, but the White Raven sword style's wind blade instantly shot out. When the wind pressure compressed the air to form a sharp current, the distorted airflow refracted the light and instantly drew a crescent-shaped arc of light with a vertical width of nearly 30 meters in the air. The arc of light moved forward and expanded further, covering half of the sky under a 100-meter-long crack. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment as the sword splendor that flickered with a faint silver light stretched across the sky. In the eyes of everyone who looked up at this scene, it was like a sword that tore through space. Mid-level gold. At that moment, the old man froze like a stone statue. He did not know what kind of sorcery Brendel had used, but the young man's strength had skyrocketed in such a short period of time. The scene of him breaking through to the gold-ranked realm was real. Even in the entire world of Wond, it was rare to see such a sudden breakthrough. At that moment, Coden could not help but associate Brando with the rare golden bloodline. He could not help but wonder if the stubborn Tobu's ancestor came from a family with a long history. With a loud bang, the Aedra Wind Dragon landed in the middle of the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Everyone felt the floor shake. But no one said anything. Everyone, including Scarlet and Yuta, were stunned. Not only was the intensity of the battle far beyond their imagination, but the speed of the battle was also far beyond their imagination. From the moment the Aedra Wind Dragon was sent flying to the moment it was killed by Brando and Medisha, only half a minute had passed. After a long while, the young miners finally heaved a sigh of relief. After the battle, the arena was filled with a strange silence. On one hand, they were subconsciously recalling the battle, but on the other hand, they were hoping that Brando would help them. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Brendel did not even look at the screen as he continued to draw the lottery. This time, the young man got what he wished for. When the green text disappeared from his retina, a gray card fell into his hand. Plain Brando clenched his fist, his heart filled with satisfaction. He looked down at the arena and said, "Prepare for the last battle, Medisha." "Yes, my lord." The silver elf girl leaned over and lowered her head. The next match will be the arena battle, Brendel thought to himself as he knew the rules of the Arena of Destiny. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 310. Ouch! The young girl's cry of pain came from the dark tunnel. The dwarf, who had just climbed out of the tunnel, had no choice but to turn his head back. He saw little Roman holding her forehead with both hands and walking out from below with tears in her eyes. "What's wrong?" The dwarf slapped the merchant girl's left hand away and saw that there was a red patch on the young Roman's forehead. He glared at her and said, "Why did you bump into it again? Didn't I tell you before? This tunnel is specially dug for me, so of course it's shorter than yours." Odom grumbled unwillingly, "That's why you have to be careful when you go in and out. But you didn't say anything after that." The young Roman held her head and frowned as she muttered, "You don't have to keep reminding me, little girl." The dwarf sighed and pulled her out of the tunnel. "All right, how is it? Does it still hurt, little one?" "Of course it hurts," she replied without hesitation. "You have to bear with it even if it hurts. We dwarves won't make a sound even if we bump into a metal plate." Odom stood on the slope and looked down. It was the path into the mine. "All right, we're here. Quickly put on your scarf." But the Roman was more interested in the first part of the dwarf's sentence. "Really?" She widened her eyes. "Won't make a sound even if we bump into a metal plate. That?" Of course, the dwarf suddenly saw the disbelief on her face and glared at her. "What a joke. Little girl, a dwarf of my age has a beard that's longer than your hair. Do you think I'll lie to you?" But he immediately opened his mouth when he saw the young Roman rummaging through her backpack with interest before taking out a black object. "What's this?" Odom asked curiously. "It's a metal plate." "Why? Why don't you give it a try?" The merchant girl asked curiously. "TSK, why would a dwarf like me do something so boring?" The dwarf's expression changed. "Come to think of it, little girl, why do you have this in your backpack?" However, his expression immediately became strange. Romaine tilted her head and looked at him with a smile. She placed a finger on her cheek and said, "Shame on you, you're bragging." Auntie really didn't lie to the Roman. She said that dwarves love to brag. Who said that? Odom flew into a rage and waved his fist, but he suddenly remembered that she was just a girl. As a dwarf of his age, he did not want to argue with the aunt of a little girl. In the end, he coughed and said, "Ahem, who told you that?" "Let me tell you, little one. Only witches would say that." Odom did not know that his words had come true, but after thinking about it, he decided to maintain his dignity. "The reason why I didn't try is because there's no need to. Do you know that this is a mining area? We're sneaking in here. It'll be bad if we make any noise and get discovered." "Really?" "Of course. Little guy, do you think an old man like me would lie to you? I'm different from those cunning humans." But before he could finish, he heard a low shout from outside the forest. "Who's in there?" Odom's words were stuck in his throat. He turned his head stiffly and saw that there was a group of patrolling cavalry on the road outside the forest. His conversation with the Roman was too loud and they were obviously discovered. "Oh no." Odom frowned and put his stubby finger to his lips and made a shuv gesture to the Roman. "Don't make a sound." He seemed to be afraid that the little Roman would not understand and added another sentence. But the merchant girl seemed to understand, and she nodded obediently. She looked around curiously, as if she was a little excited by the environment. The two stowaways in the forest did not say anything, but that did not mean that the people outside thought that the noise they heard was an illusion. The riders looked at each other and shouted, "The people inside, don't hide anymore. Come out, we've already seen you." They took off their guns and pointed inside. "If you don't come out, we're going to attack." The little Roman immediately looked at the old dwarf. Although she looked a little dazed, she had been through a few battles with Brando and knew that the knights were not just trying to scare her. She looked at Odom with an interesting gaze. "What should we do next?" But the old dwarf did not have the time to answer Romaine's question. When he heard that the enemy was about to shoot, he immediately stood up from the bushes and raised his hand nervously. "Captain Martyr. It's me, don't fire." The rider who raised his gun was stunned for a moment, but he immediately relaxed. "Odom, so it's you, old man. You sneaked in again. But just in time, Sir Perkins is looking for you." He looked at the Roman and asked curiously, "Who is that?" "It's a relative of mine." No matter how thick-skinned the old dwarf was, he could not hold it in anymore. But he did not expect to meet these people. "Why is Perkins looking for me?" "Relative?" The riders immediately had a "we understand" expression and laughed. "I didn't expect you to have an illegitimate daughter outside, old man." But the leader of the knights quickly interrupted them. "There's a big mess in the mines, and Sir Coden is also in there. Sir Perkins is looking for you because you're the only one who can help him." When the riders mentioned the clerk, it was obvious that they did not have much respect for him. Odom snorted. The Golden Dwarves and Alpine Dwarves were the best miners in the world, apart from the residents of the underworld, of course. As someone who grew up among the Golden Dwarves and had a deep relationship with the Alpine Dwarves, he was able to understand the situation in the Schaflund mines in a short period of time. He did this in order to better realize his plan, but he did not expect that by a stroke of luck, his reputation would soon be discovered by the sissy clerk. This matter actually helped him a lot, and from then on, he obtained a fairly good position in the mining area. There was no need to explain the convenience that came with this position, and it was obvious that Odom liked it. "What's the situation in the mines?" "It seems like someone dug through the lower levels, and monsters came out and injured people. But thanks to Martha, it's not my turn to be on duty today." The leader of the riders clearly did not have the self-awareness of a soldier, and he sighed in relief. "As you can see, there's an earthquake, and it's a mess inside." Odom's heart skipped a beat when he heard that someone had dug through the lower levels, but he frowned when he heard about the monsters. "Earthquake?" He asked, "Then how are the tunnels that lead to the underground? Are there any problems with A4, A12, and B3? How's the work of the lift there?" Odom was familiar with the Schaflund mines like he was with his own fingerprints, and he immediately sorted out the tunnels that led to the 5th level and were the least likely to be damaged by the earthquake. "I'm not sure about that," Mardell shook his head. "I don't dare to go in now, so you can ask around yourself." "But old man, you're not really going in, are you? You have to think about it carefully. There are monsters down there, and you don't have to risk your life for that, Lord Perkins, do you?" "Humph, what do you know?" Odom replied in annoyance. "Of course I don't. I can't wait for you to die, old man." He glanced at the Roman behind him. "But don't worry, I'll definitely take care of your illegitimate daughter when the time comes." "Scram!" Odom shouted angrily. The cavalryman immediately walked away, laughing and laughing. The old dwarf groaned as he turned his head, but his face immediately crumbled when he saw the merchant girl looking at him with an inexplicable expression that was a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "It's nothing, old grandpa," the young Roman nodded seriously. "Romans understand, Romans won't laugh at anything." Odom was petrified, feeling that his reputation had been destroyed. Brendel and Medisa slowly landed on the sandy ground in the middle of the arena. As they descended, Brendel whispered to the silver elf girl beside him who was walking side by side, "Don't worry. Next should be the arena battle. In the arena battle, one side will choose the arena and the rules, so you have to listen to the rules clearly. If you break the rules, you'll be kicked out." Medisha lowered her head and listened carefully. She then nodded and asked softly, "My lord, what should Medisha do?" "Don't worry too much. The rules won't be complicated, and most of them are mandatory. I'm just giving you a reminder. The silver elf girl looked up at her summoner with a hint of curiosity in her pale silver eyes. My lord, you're the most knowledgeable person this Medisha has ever met. She used an elf's unique attitude and praised him softly. Brando was stunned. The knowledge of the Black Tower's wizards comes from Buga of the Silver Alliance. He thought for a moment and explained in a casual manner. Medisha smiled at him and nodded. She thought that the young lord would not explain, but Brando's attitude gave her a pleasant surprise and explained the doubts in her heart. If Brando's knowledge came from the artisan wizards who claimed to have all the knowledge in the world, then everything he knew would not be so strange. The Silver Elves were descendants of the Silver race, but so were the artisan wizards. When the two landed on the ground, everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Brando saw Coden running towards him from the side. The old man ran a few steps before he was stopped by an invisible wall of air. He stood outside the wall and shouted, "Kid!" Brando raised his eyebrows and looked in that direction. P.S. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. This chapter has been corrected and can be read normally. Chapter 311. Coden looked at the young man sitting on the silver warhorse with a complicated expression. Coden had entered the realm of gold 30 years ago, and he only managed to stabilize his position a few years ago. Yet, this young man seemed to be blessed by the heavens. No, not even a divine one would be able to reach the level of intermediate gold at such a young age, unless he was the chosen one. However, the chosen ones were bound by the shackles of fate. A part of their body was taken away from them, just like the blind Yura. That was why the old swordsman did not even think in that direction when he saw him. He paused for a moment and asked anxiously, "Young man, who is your imprinted soul?" What? Brando was stunned. Don't play dumb with me. I'm asking you who is your imprinted soul. You know what I mean. Coden was so angry that he stomped his feet and shouted, "This is very important. Tell me, what are you talking about? What do I know?" Brando was really stunned this time. He thought that Coden was going to remind him of something, but he did not expect Coden to ask him a series of strange questions. But just as he was about to ask, the loud voice above the arena suddenly rang out again, interrupting their conversation. "Mortal, do you wish to continue the challenge?" "Of course," Brando replied. "Kid, answer me." Coden slammed the air wall and shouted. Brando glanced at him and gestured for him to wait. He then looked up and waited for the host to announce the rules. Sure enough, he saw a row of dark green words appear on his retina. Nightmare Arena. The next battlefield is the Nightmare Arena. At the same time, a thunderous voice announced the same thing in everyone's hearts. Brando's expression changed. "What is the Nightmare Arena, my lord?" Medisha frowned and asked softly. "What's the Nightmare Arena, Cohen?" Mar turned his head and asked his companion the same question. "I don't know." Cohen's answer was simple. "What are they arguing about?" Joka's attention was on Coden and Brendel. Compared to this strange world, he was more worried about whether they would be able to leave this place safely. "I don't know." The same answer. But why does he want to continue the challenge? There's no one left to save. One of the youths asked. "I don't think it's that simple," someone replied. "Although I don't know where this is, I think it must have cost a lot of money to build such a place. Is it just for a game of catch or release?" His words resonated with many of the youths, and they looked at their surroundings worriedly. "Humph, you don't know what those nobles like. Maybe they just want to have fun. This place might not have been created by those nobles. If I remember correctly, we were at the bottom of the mine. Why do I feel like there's something strange about the thing we dug up? That. I agree, and that was a dragon. How should I put it? I feel like I'm in a dream. I don't even know if it's real. The youth touched the cold iron bars as he spoke. Everyone fell silent. His target is the sword. Cohen's voice was not loud, but he always waited for the youths to finish before he spoke. His words seemed to carry a lot of weight. The skinny youth stared at the black sword on the stone tablet in the middle of the arena. He noticed that Brando had looked in that direction a few times. When he said this, the others immediately felt that it made sense. Then he's not going to save us? Someone asked worriedly. Why would he save us? This was a questioning voice. Cohen? Joka looked at his companion. In his mind, Cohen was the most knowledgeable person he had ever met. Even though he did not like to talk much, he was always insightful. I have an idea, Cohen said softly, but it sounded like he was trying to encourage himself. I'll convince him. How are you going to convince him? Mar asked in confusion. I'll make a deal with him. Mar's eyes widened. You're not going to use your worthless items to make a deal with him, are you? Angering him won't do us any good. Kuwen didn't answer. He just silently glanced at his companion. The nightmare arena is an extreme mode. No matter how strong you are, you're just an ordinary person. You have to use your skills to defeat your enemies. Skills? Medisha raised her eyebrows. What skills? Brando tapped the blade of his sword. Battle skills. The silver elf girl fell silent as if she was thinking. It sounded like it would benefit them, but she did not think so. Even though her lord did not mention it, she could guess that it would not be so simple. Brando looked up at the sky. Rows of golden words appeared in the sky. There were Dwarven, Ancient Crews, Tower, Elven, Draconic, and even a language that made Brando's heart skip a beat. He rubbed his nose and pretended that he did not see the familiar words. However, this place was already strange enough that the words that appeared in the sky did not attract much attention. It was as if it was abnormal for an ancient civilization to not have a language that was difficult to understand. Everyone present was more concerned about the content of those words. 1. Power dissipation. Both parties involved in the battle will have their power reduced to less than 10 ounces. 2. Skill dissipation. Both parties involved in the battle will have their power reduced unless they have a specific skill. 3. Swordsmanship. Only a specific skill is swordsmanship. Jana took a deep breath. Although the young lord's strength had already amazed her, the mercenary commander knew that, unlike the level of strength, just like how seers were born with the power of silver or above, swordsmanship was different. It was a skill that required years of training. Without decades of immersion, no matter how talented a person was, they could not be called a master in swordsmanship. Whether it was in Aween, Kurlutz, or even the whole of Vaunt, those who could be called grandmasters of their generation were mostly old men with white hair who had entered the twilight of their lives. Don't worry, Yuta. Scarlet's voice came from behind. She seemed to have seen the worry in the female commander's heart. However, the red-haired girl seemed to have more confidence in Brando. She just hid her worry deeper in her amber eyes. My lord's swordsmanship is very powerful. I know that my lord's swordsmanship is very powerful. Yuta replied, but she frowned. But we still don't know who my lord's enemy is. She reminded softly, even in the history of Erewhon, there are many famous swordsmen. Scarlet shivered and could not help but worry. Brando was also worried. His thoughts were actually similar to Scarlet's. The nightmare challenge was not that simple. He was already thinking about which swordsmanship master he would have to face. The young man pressed down on the sword in his hand. Suddenly, the light around him dimmed. In the next moment, Medisha, the silver warhorse, and even the wind spirit spiders in the sky disappeared in an instant. There was a low murmur around him. His planeswalker ability was also taken away. Brando immediately felt his scalp go numb. He had hoped that this ability, which had always been like a cheat, could escape the rules, but now it seemed that the planeswalker class was still within the rules of this world. Fortunately, Brando was not so reliant on his planeswalker that he would not be able to fight without it. He only took a light breath to adjust his emotions, and then looked around vigilantly. When the light dimmed, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The ground was no longer sand, but rough granite. The granite was neatly cut into pieces to form a huge field. Brando looked around and saw a black shadow in the north. He narrowed his eyes slightly and recognized the identity of the person behind the shadow. Byuga? Cross sword, Byuga. Koden and Yuta had the same name in their minds. Byuga was quite famous in Erewhon, and his unique swordsmanship style allowed the old swordsman and the mercenary leader to recognize him at a glance. Koden frowned deeply. He had met the talented young man a few years ago, and he knew that he had great swordsmanship. But what made him feel a little relieved was that Torbus's lineage would not be too bad. After all, he was that person's descendant. Jana, on the other hand, looked relieved. She had only seen Byuga from afar once when she was passing through Lantern Island as a mercenary. Of course, she knew his style of swordsmanship, but in her opinion, he was much easier to deal with than those famous swordmasters. However, before the two of them could finish their little calculations, another black shadow appeared on the scene. Brando cursed in his heart, because it was an old acquaintance, the White Knight Ebden. Then came the third black shadow. Brando also recognized that person, Viscount Turst. The fourth black shadow. Brando could feel sweat dripping down his forehead. He could not be more familiar with this figure, and he almost threw the long sword in his hand away. Standing directly south of him was his grandfather, Torbus. Koden's expression changed. That's... Yuta's expression also changed. She felt like something was stuck in her throat, and she wanted to say something, but she could not make a sound. Ha. Ha. Harrisgron, who is that? She frowned and asked in confusion. Yuta looked back at her with a strange expression. She wanted to say something, but she could not. But Brando was not in the mood to care about these things. He realized that he was about to face a big problem. 1 against 4. Martha above. P.S. This chapter has been edited, and can be read normally. Chapter 312. In terms of strength alone, Brando felt that Byuga was the strongest, followed by Turst, Ebden and his grandfather. But if they were to be ranked based on swordsmanship, his grandfather and Byuga would be at the top, followed by Ebden, and Turst would be at the bottom. He had fought Turst before and knew that his swordsmanship was fast, but speed was dependent on his body's attributes. The rules of the Nightmare Arena were the most restrictive for Turst. Brando looked at his opponents and decided to start with the weakest one. Even so, the situation was not looking good. But once a challenge was chosen, it was impossible to give up halfway. Brando knew that he had to give it his all. The arena was completely silent. The spectators outside all realized that Brando was in a bad situation. 1 against 4, and they were not weak. In fact, they could even say that they were very strong. Even an idiot could see that the situation was not good for him. Koden, who had been slapping the air wall, was also stunned by the sudden development. He put himself in Brendel's shoes and couldn't help but think that he wouldn't be able to win either. That old bastard Tobuz alone could beat him 10 times over. He could only hope that the old man would be merciful on account of the fact that the other party was his grandson. But then again, he knew that it was just a projection of this strange place. Careful. Suddenly, one of the youths shouted. Everyone saw that Turst, who was behind Brendel, was the first to move. His speed was not fast, but the path he chose was very ingenious. It was at a place where Brendel could not see him. But the warning came at the right time. Brando's eyes twitched, and he swung his sword behind his back, allowing Turst's sword to slide to the side. Brando felt that Turst was less of a threat than he thought. Without the suppression of his strength, Turst's swordsmanship was only so-so. He was about the same level as a level 34 player in the early stages of the game. Turst's entire body slid forward along with the sword, and Brendel's right hand pushed the Viscount's hand away. He then leaned back and struck Turst's armpit with a backhand strike, sending him flying away. Brendel wanted to give chase, but Ebden blocked his path with green flames burning in his eyes. At the same time, Bugha also arrived. Damn! Brendel cursed in his heart. He did not dare to fight with the two of them at the same time. That was simply seeking his own death. He quickly stopped to avoid Ebden's vertical slash, then immediately rolled to the side to increase the distance between him and the two of them. The White Knight didn't seem to appreciate it. The undead knight swung his sword horizontally and vertically, and a cross-shaped gust of wind swept towards Brando. Madara's undead battle formations cross-focused on power and speed, and because it was a rare long-ranged attack, it was used to chase after the enemy. Brendel knew this, and he rolled backwards while pressing his hand against the ground, and his entire body spun 270 degrees around the center, dodging the attack that would have been fatal to many people. The cross-shaped gust of wind created by the cross-slash hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, Brando didn't have the time to see how powerful Ebden's strike was, because the undead knight had caught up to him again. The young man couldn't take it anymore. He half-squatted on the ground and raised his sword to block Ebden's next strike. Using the ground as a counterattack, he tried to counterattack. Unfortunately, before he could unleash the killing intent that he had accumulated, a heavy greatsword came out from the side and destroyed his intentions. It was Bugha's sword. Brando deeply felt the helplessness of fighting against so many enemies at once. He was stuck in a situation where he couldn't advance or retreat. He had to block Ebden's attack from above, and there was no way he could dodge this attack from the side. The dangerous situation at that moment even caused many people at the side of the arena to cover their mouths and let out silent cries of surprise. In the eyes of most people, the young man had no other choice but to abandon his sword and retreat. But what about after abandoning his sword? Under the encirclement of 4 people, it was still a big question whether he could take his sword back. Brando's counterattack was out of everyone's expectations. He didn't abandon his sword and retreat because he didn't forget that he still had 3 swords on his waist. Brando raised his right hand and pulled out one of the swords from his left hand. At the critical moment, he blocked Bugha's sword with a clang. However, the strength of his left hand was not as strong as his right hand. Even though Bugha's greatsword was disrupted, it still brushed past the young man's cheek. Brando immediately felt a cold pain on his cheek. *CK, don't hit my face when you hit someone. He cursed in his heart. Even though he cursed, Brando's actions were not slow. After Bugha's sword passed by him, the young man immediately used the counterforce to push forward. With a frontal assault and a burst of strength, Brando directly broke through Ebden's defense and sent it flying. Unfortunately, charge wasn't a swordsmanship skill, or else Brando knew that he had the best chance to pursue. Ebden fell into the sand, and Bugha didn't have the time to stop his attack. If it was a normal person, Brando might have done so, but he wasn't. Madara's military swordsmanship was based on the principle of exchanging wounds for wounds. The undead were truly fearless when they fought with their lives on the line. Of course, they didn't have lives in the first place. As expected, when Brando slightly moved forward, Ebden immediately gave up on defense and swung its greatsword at Brando. Unfortunately, the young man was already prepared. His move forward was just a trick. When the undead knight moved its hand, Ebden immediately turned around and dodged the attack. However, Ebden wasn't the only one who was tricked. Bugha was tricked as well. When Brando moved forward, Ebden was exposed to his sword. Bugha was shocked by his opponent's aggressiveness, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He placed both his hands on his greatsword and used the centrifugal force from his waist to change the direction of his attack. His target was Brando's back. What a good whirlwind slash. Brando wasn't surprised at all. He was waiting for this attack. In Bugha's swordsmanship, this was the only attack that could quickly turn around and attack him. Brando was extremely clear about his opponent's attack patterns. He had been planning for Ebden since the beginning, but the real trap was prepared for him. He leaped high into the air. Bugha raised his head in shock. He wasn't a newbie, and when Brando moved, he knew that the young man's plan was on him. However, after changing his direction several times, his center of gravity had already reached a delicate balance point. If he changed his direction slightly, he would fall. In other words, he was completely helpless against Brando's next attack. Not far from him, Ebden was already on the ground, and Turst was just about to get up. The situation was irreversible. Brando drew a beautiful arc in the air. At that moment, he flew over Byuga's head and formed an inverted position with Byuga. The young man's hand was on the hilt of his sword, as if he was about to draw his sword and attack someone. Time froze at that moment. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths. The previous battle was different from the previous one. It wasn't as thrilling as the battle with the Wind Dragon or the Type 4 Hunter, but it was still equally thrilling. The dazzling swordsmanship battle took place in a very short period of time. It was so fast that people couldn't see it clearly. But when they saw the situation clearly in the next moment, it was as if they had seen something. Brando had already turned the tables around and was preparing to kill his opponent. Especially to the youths who didn't understand, this was even more legendary than the stories told by bards in bars. It was filled with a sense of desperation and desperation. However, the plot didn't always develop as expected. Just when Brando thought that victory was within his grasp, he suddenly heard a terrifying explosion from behind him. It was the sound of a sword being swung like a whip, slicing through the air with extreme speed. Brando's scalp went numb. Of course, he knew who that was. Of course, he could continue his attack, and he was 90% sure that his sword would pierce through Byuga's throat. But at the same time, he was also very confident that his grandfather would cut him in half with a single slash of his sword. It was obviously not a good deal, and Brando had no choice but to withdraw his sword in the air. He spun his body, and his right hand once again pulled the sword behind his back. The indestructible property of the spatial element saved his life. When his grandfather's whip struck his sword, it let out a teeth-numbing screech. A huge force was transmitted through the sword to his hand, and Brando felt as if his hand was about to break. But fortunately, he wasn't cut in half, and was sent flying far away. Brando rolled a few times in the air before landing. He looked up and saw Byuga had lost his balance after the whirlwind slash, and that towering figure was standing quietly in front of him. Oh! The youths let out a sigh of pity. Strange, Byuga is weaker than the rumors say. Yuta noticed that something was wrong. Scarlett's mind was focused on Brando and she did not hear what he said. But at the same time, the old swordsman on the other side of the arena had the same thought. Why doesn't Tobbs look that strong? The old man frowned. But in fact, their doubts were very easy to answer. At this moment, Brando had an answer in his heart. That was because these people only existed in his mind. Other than Ebden, he had never fought with any of them in a life or death battle. Without the experience of a life or death battle, he naturally wouldn't be able to see the strongest side of their swordsmanship. But even so, the current situation gave Brando a headache. He couldn't help but be disappointed to find that his previous attacks didn't have any effect in the end. Instead, it consumed a lot of energy. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 313. After a short but intense battle, the atmosphere in the arena seemed to have changed. Before Brando could get up from the ground to catch his breath, the old man who attacked him earlier, his grandfather, rushed forward. The young man was scared out of his wits. He threw the sword in his left hand forward and retreated without thinking. He did not want to face his grandfather directly. It was not that he had the tradition of respecting the old and loving the young, but this old man was simply too terrifying. But he soon realized that things were not as simple as he thought. Byuga, Turst, and Ebden were no longer in a hurry to attack after they stood up. Instead, they carefully coordinated with his grandfather and began to attack together. The battle seemed to have become long and steady. Brendel quickly realized that ever since his grandfather joined in, the old man had led the three of them to attack. He interrupted their quick attacks, and instead slowed down the pace of their attacks. I never thought that a veteran who participated in the November War would lead 3 top-notch swordsmen to attack me. Or should I say, it's appropriate. It was as if the old man was born to be a leader, making the others follow his orders. When the battle slowed down, it seemed to be in Brando's favor. But in reality, the young man knew that this slow and steady method of fighting would leave him with no chance of winning. At most, he would drag the battle on for a while, but he would eventually run out of stamina and die. Brando felt a headache coming on. Originally, he thought that he would not be able to deal with his grandfather alone. The old man's swordsmanship was as sharp as the one he saw in his dreams. It was impeccable. However, his grandfather was not in a hurry to succeed. Instead, he tried his best to disrupt his attacks and counterattacks. Every time Brando wanted to break through Terst's defense, his grandfather would appear there and chase him back. Moreover, his grandfather would chase after him and retreat if he could not gain the upper hand. But Brando knew that if he did not use his full strength to deal with the old man's attack, what awaited him would not be as simple as retreating. Instead, it was a deadly encirclement. It looked like a simple sword strike, but it hid a boundless killing intent. For this reason, Brando had no choice but to concentrate fully on dealing with the attacks. Sometimes, attacks that did not seem dangerous became extremely dangerous when surrounded by other strong enemies. The old man always seemed to be hiding his intentions very well, so Brando had no choice but to focus 120% on dealing with each of his attacks. Even if it was just a feint, there was no exception. The young man was soon in unbearable pain. If he attacked quickly, he still had a chance. But with such a blunt knife cutting his flesh, it was as if he could only watch himself slowly bleed to death. After several futile attempts to break through the encirclement, Brando's range of movement had been reduced by the 4 experienced swordsmen. If he retreated any further, he would almost become a wall of air. However, the other party did not seem to intend to give him a chance to breathe. Instead, they closed in on him. This time, it was Wuxia and Terst. Brando was not afraid of this combination, but he knew that his grandfather and Ebden were right behind him, waiting for him to walk right into their trap. This made the young man not dare to use his full strength to counterattack. He could only try his best to parry the attacks that might be fatal. He tried his best to slow down his retreating steps while preserving his strength to guard against Ebden and his grandfather's sudden attacks. This kind of focused battle made Brando suffer. He had to maintain his full concentration at all times. The movement of the air around him, the changes in his opponent's muscles, and even the slightest change in their expressions. Only then could he use his understanding of swordsmanship to understand what each of the 4 swordsmen was going to do next. He had never done this before, and it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if every cell in his body was groaning, and his head was dizzy. His hand movements seemed to have become subconscious. However, Brando did not realize that he was in such a good state right now. The swordsmanship he had seen in the past and his understanding of swordsmanship were slowly corroborating each other in this battle. Gradually, the knowledge from the other world became the knowledge of this world. It was as if it was unconscious, but he had already mastered it. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Brendel blocked Wuxia's and Terst's swords at an astonishing speed, while his grandfather and Ebden seized the opportunity to attack. The youths outside the arena gasped in shock. Even Scarlet could not help but cover her mouth. Her eyes were wide open. Brando did not even think about it and used all of his strength. He blocked his grandfather's slash with his sword and used the momentum to retreat. He then used the White Raven swordsmanship to sweep the sand on the ground and repelled Ebden's attack. He then landed on the ground and blocked his grandfather's second slash. Another 3 slashes. All of this happened in a breath's time. Brando realized that he did not have this kind of strength before. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. After playing the game for so many years, Brando had seen countless swordsmanship, but he knew that the swordsmanship of the 2 worlds was not the same. One was given by the system, while the other was obtained through practice. The degree of mastery was completely different. Just like how Brando knew many swordsmanship stances, attack routes and even attack patterns, but when he tried to use them, he only knew the basics. But the 6 slashes just now were completely different. Those 6 slashes were equivalent to him blocking Bugha, Turst, Ebden and his grandfather's attacks in just a few seconds. Shit! Brando was shocked. Because what he did was not a self-created technique, but the flash strike sword art. Not only did he recognize it, even Coden, who was watching from the sidelines, could see that something was wrong. The old man was frowning at first. He did not feel good. Brando's comprehension of swordsmanship was so good that even someone of his age could not help but feel jealous. Even though Bugha and Tobuz were not in their best condition, but with their current standards, Coden believed that he would not be able to last more than 2 or 3 rounds. Not to mention the other 2. Even though he did not know them, they were not weaklings either. This was a pure confrontation of swordsmanship. But that was not the only surprise the young man gave him. Especially when Brando used the flash strike sword art. Coden could not believe his eyes. That was the ancient swordsmanship that Bahamut passed down to the Flame King Gretel. That was the inheritance of the dragons. This is not the Spirit Seal sword art, it is not the Wind Elf swordsmanship. A voice shouted in his mind. Did this kid not rely on the Spirit Seal? How is that possible? Did Tobuz not tell him about this? But the inheritance is clearly in the hands of that young man. Coden shook his head vigorously and threw these thoughts out of his mind. He immediately realized a new problem. If he did not rely on the Spirit Seal, then how did he reach the Golden Realm? Is this what it means to have an extraordinary talent? While the old man was fighting, Brando's grandfather and Ebden retreated. Turst and Bugha once again took turns to attack. The young man could be said to be exhausted, but he could only retreat. The air wall behind him was already very close. My lord, behind you. Yuta saw this and could not help but shout out a warning. Brando split his attention and sensed behind him. Sure enough, he found that he could not retreat any further. But when he looked around, he did not have the ability to break through the encirclement. Perhaps he could trade injuries for injuries, but he could not let his grandfather know his intentions. Otherwise, it would become a life for a life. Brando frowned. He felt that it was not realistic to fool the old man. But at this moment, he heard someone shouting from outside. Kid! This voice sounded so far away in his drowsy mind, as if it came from the horizon. But Brando still understood. The only one who would call him that was the old guard captain. He shook his head hard. He did not know why the old man wanted to cause trouble for him. Could it be that he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him? That would be a huge mistake. Since Brando dared to challenge the old man, he naturally had a way to protect himself. It was just that the old man was distracting him, and the Halran Gaia might disappear if he wasn't careful, which made him a little annoyed. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He did not intend to give up on the sword. But at this moment, Coden shouted again. Where's your spirit print, kid? This again? Brando did not know what a spirit print was. He felt that he did not even have the strength to reply. But Coden seemed to know this as well. He immediately shouted inside. Your ring, use your ring. As he shouted, he raised the Wind Empress ring in his hand and pointed. Brendel's brows furrowed. He raised his sword to guard against the 4 swordsmen who were approaching him, and he was puzzled. Ring of the Wind Empress? Does this old man not know that in this arena, all equipment and skills unrelated to swordsmanship will be sealed? Thus, he did not intend to answer. The old man was slightly startled. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Brando's lack of response. But he suddenly thought of something and said, Kid. Wait, I'm not telling you to use it. Focus on the ring. It's real. Brando was stunned. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Coden with a look of surprise. What's real? That was the question in his eyes. That ring isn't fake. Coden jumped up and down. I don't know how you got it, but it's your grandfather's. It's real. He suddenly widened his eyes. Behind you. Brando turned around. His grandfather had taken advantage of his distraction to stab him in the back. Brendel could feel the cold killing intent coming from his opponent's sword. It was as if the Grim Reaper had come to him. Author's note, let me say something. The main character's equipment and stats are almost done. After the Underground King storyline is over, I'll release him. I plan to update the main character's stats every day, but there's a problem. How do I release the stats? The first method is to update the main character's stats every day. But there's a problem with this method. Students who read later might not be able to see the main character's stats. The solution is to update the main character's stats every day. But the consequence of this is that in the future, the main character's stats will be similar to the updated chapters. Of course, this isn't a big problem, but it'll be troublesome for you to find out. Another way to solve this problem was that after I updated the chapters every day, I would use the free word count method to increase the main character's attributes. There might also be some background content related to the novel. Of course, I'll make a poll for these two solutions. You can choose for yourselves. Finally, the order of yesterday's chapters was reversed. I apologize in advance. But the order has been corrected, so you can read it normally. Lastly, I'll ask for this month's monthly votes and next month's guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 314. The feeling of impending death was like falling into an ice cellar. It was so cold that it penetrated his bones. A layer of frost appeared on the surface of his skin, and his whole body froze. Even though his opponent's sword had not reached his body, the coldness of the blade seemed to have penetrated his heart. Brendel felt his heart clench. At that moment, he did not have any other thoughts, but he subconsciously tried his best to avoid this fatal blow. But it was too late. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment, and he felt a slight sting on his back. Brando felt his nerves tense up. He could not help but think, did I fail? But at that moment, a blue light suddenly flashed from his body, and the sound of two swords clashing could be heard. The old man immediately retreated, and the blue light chased after him. The two of them clashed 10 times in an instant. This was the first time that Brando's grandfather was forced to retreat. He retreated to open up the distance between them, and when he looked at his sword, it was already broken in half. This dazzling scene happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was covering their mouths as they watched Brando fall into a dangerous situation, but in the next moment, the situation was completely reversed. Brando was still in the same position when he was attacked, and when he turned his head, he saw the light blue figure standing between him and his grandfather, or rather, blocking the attack of the 4 people. It was the ghost of a woman with shoulder-length hair. Her right hand was slanted to the ground, and she was holding a slender elven sword. The tip of the sword was still trembling slightly. The soul of the Holy Seal. Coden, who was on the other side of the air wall, looked at the woman. At first, he was stunned, but then he became suspicious. Who is this woman? Of course, he knew her origin, but this soul of the Holy Seal was not one he was familiar with. Coden's own soul was Wind Slayer Sola, and Tobuza's soul was Azure Swordsman Grice. He did not expect that the old man's grandson's soul of the Holy Seal was a woman. Although there were a few women among the 24 knights, their swordsmanship was not suitable for men. Except for Wind Slayer Sola, but Sola's main weapon was a bow, and all the descriptions of her appearance were that she had a ponytail and a long cloak. Obviously, this was not the one in front of him. But what surprised him was that this soul of the Holy Seal could actually materialize. What kind of characteristic was this? Although his and Tob's soul imprints could also appear in front of others, as spiritual entities, they could not physically interact with this world. What did he see? He saw that the woman had exchanged 10 swords with Tobuz. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the arena, wondering if the imprinted spirits were stronger in this half-fantasy space than in the outside world. But this kid's luck isn't too good. He actually picked a soul imprint. Coden was surprised, but at the same time, this thought flashed through his mind, and confirmed that this was indeed the first time Brendel activated a soul imprint. What he found hard to believe was that this young man had already reached this stage without even activating his sealed spirit. If so, then what was the limit of his future achievements? Coden could not comment. "Little guy, this is the second time I've saved you." When the woman spoke, her voice was very beautiful, with a mature and rational tone. She did not turn her head, but her voice alone gave people the impression that she was an extremely beautiful woman with an outstanding temperament. "Who are you?" Brando was stunned. Ever since he transmigrated, he did not know that he had a third spirit-sealed soul. "I'll tell you later," the woman replied. "You've improved very quickly, but it's still not enough to deal with these enemies. Let me borrow your body." "Borrow your body?" Brando's heart skipped a beat when he heard this suggestive sentence. He knew that these spirits, or rather, the innate ability of banshees, possessed people. He hurriedly retreated, but the woman waved at him. His body moved forward uncontrollably, allowing the woman's spirit to merge with his body. "Don't be afraid," the woman's voice sounded in his mind. "Focus on the ring on your finger." "You?" Brando's eyes widened. Only now did he realize that the woman's spirit might have come from the ring on his finger. He suddenly remembered that Coden had shouted at him outside, telling him that the ring on his finger was the real deal. But the real ring of the Wind Empress? Saint Tossel's divine artifact, the breath of the Wind Empress? How is this possible? Let's not talk about why his grandfather would have such an artifact. Legend has it that the breath of the Wind Empress was a sacred artifact from the wind element. If the mountain of ceasing storms was a mountain peak, then the ring of the Wind Empress would be the most dazzling jewel on the mountain peak. With it, he could control the power of the wind. But what does this have to do with souls? And what does it have to do with this woman? While he was distracted, not far away, his grandfather was repairing the sword in his hand. A layer of faint shadow grew from the broken part of the sword, and then this layer of shadow extended forward, gradually forming the shape of a blade. Then the shadow receded, revealing the bright silver metal blade below. "Kid, don't be distracted." When the woman saw this, she immediately reminded him, "We can only maintain this state for a short period of time. This is not the correct way to use the Holy Seal." "The correct way to use the Holy Seal?" Brando was stunned. The Holy Seal was created to pass on its legacy. "But now, I'm using my own power to forcibly transfer this legacy to you," the woman replied. "You'll understand in the future." Brando shook his head. His mind was in a mess. He could not accept all the information that was coming to him. But of course, he understood his current situation. After hearing the woman's words, he immediately scanned his hand. The ring of the Wind Empress was still the same ring of the Wind Empress. Ring of the Wind Empress, ring, +1 dexterity. Skill, wind bullet, but at this moment, there was a row of small green words: Soul Seal, Enlightened State, Soul Seal. Brando frowned slightly. What does that mean? He had heard this term from Coden before, but until now, he still did not understand what this so-called Soul Seal was. But at this moment, the young man's eyes twitched slightly. He noticed that at the edge of his vision, there were two small notifications: possession status, skill connection status. He understood the possession status. All players who were possessed by ghosts would see this notification. It was similar to a debuff notification, to prevent players from not knowing what was happening to them. But the second skill connection status puzzled him. He knew about this status as well. Wizards had a type of spell called ritual spells, which used the power of a magic array to connect the mana pools of many people together to cast a large-scale spell that one person couldn't cast alone. When wizards entered the ritual, they would receive this notification and be able to use other people's spells. But he was not a wizard, so what did this notification mean? Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he unconsciously opened his skill panel. However, it would have been better if he hadn't seen it. The moment he saw it, he was almost scared out of his wits. Originally, he was a civilian with two main professions: militia and mercenary, warrior, elementalist, and a secondary profession, scholar. He only had a few skills such as swordsmanship, equestrian, and elemental sensing. But now, there were 3 new professions on the panel: swordsman, swordsman, seal knight. Swordsman and swordsman were not difficult for Brando to understand. The former was a basic profession of warrior and ranger, and the swordsman was the most common advanced profession of this profession. But as for what seal knight was, he had never heard of it. Although there were many professions of players, there were only a few that Brando did not know about. But this was not the most important thing. What really made him widen his eyes were the skills that appeared behind those professions. Even after the most basic swordsman, there were at least 10 types of swordsmanship. What is this? Brando was at a loss for a moment. Of course, he knew where these skills came from, but was that woman so powerful? So many skills meant a lot of practice and even battle experience. In other words, she had to have so many skills and character experience. Brando recalled that he did not have as many skills as this woman when he was level 80 or 90. Of course, this had to do with the fact that the skill trees of players were relatively simple. Very few players were willing to waste their experience on skills that did not add to their main path. Squandering experience like Brando to level up both warrior and elementalist levels was something that only newbies in the game would do. But even so, this was a little too ridiculous. There were probably less than 20 people in Wonde in this era who were so powerful. But in other words, the Ring of the Wind Empress was not a product of this era. Then, the identity of the woman was obvious. "You are a wind elf?" Brando asked in his mind. "Shoo," the woman pressed her finger on her plump lips. Although Brando could not see it, he could feel the scene in his heart. "Don't be distracted, I will tell you later. Your enemy is coming." Her words made Brando suddenly wake up. Sure enough, he saw the 4 people on the field surrounding him. "Do you need my help?" Brando looked at the skills and shook his head. He could not use them before, but once he mastered them, he was confident that he would not be weaker than anyone else. A level 130 warrior, even in the era of the War of the Holy Saints, was one of the strongest. The woman was slightly surprised. "Kid." At this moment, Coden shouted from outside the wall of air. The old man saw the sealed spirit and Brando fusing into one and knew what had happened. He had experienced the same thing when he was young. In fact, at that time, his mind was filled with so much information that he almost fainted. However, Brando stood there without moving. His face was calm, but he seemed to be slightly distracted. Coden could not help but admire him. The old man knew that the first time a person's soul fused with a sealed spirit, the pain was not something a normal person could endure. But what he did not know was that Brando already had 2 souls in his body. Secondly, his system had absorbed the explosion of information from the beginning. P.S. Seeing that no one trusts me, I am very sad. I am going to explode. Do you dare to support my broken glass heart? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 315. Kid. Coden patted the air wall. Knowledge and skill were 2 different things. A person could memorize all the starting stances and attack patterns of a swordsmanship, but that was different from years of personal practice. Coden thought that even if Brando understood all the sword styles, it would still be difficult for him to use them. Coden himself had the same experience, but he had gained a lot of experience from years of practice. He thought that with his advice, Brando might be able to defeat those opponents. So he shouted, "Don't worry about those things in your head, I'll tell you how to use them." "Whose sword style did you learn?" But what the old man didn't expect was that Brando didn't even care about him. In fact, the young man was a little annoyed. If it wasn't for Coden's interference, he wouldn't have failed. But he understood that Coden was trying to help him, so he didn't mind it too much. But he wouldn't make the same mistake again. First, it wasn't necessary. Second, the enemies were already in front of him. Similarly, Ebden and Buga were at the front, while his grandfather and Turst were at the back. It seemed like these projections were trying to use the same tactic to force him into a corner. That's a good idea. My body is getting heavier and heavier. This is a sign that my stamina is running out. But this time, the situation was a little different. Brando thought for a while and picked out a sword style that was most suitable for his current situation. He wasn't unfamiliar with this sword style. He had a friend who was an expert in this sword style. He had also invested a few levels into it, but it didn't fit his main path, so he gave it up. But the mismatch at that time was unexpectedly suitable for this situation. Brendel shook the tip of his sword slightly, and entered into a very familiar stance. "Kid." The woman's voice surprised him. It was a sword style that he had never seen before, but he was already familiar with it. "What's wrong?" Brando's heart was as calm as still water as he replied from an outsider's point of view. "Your talent in swordsmanship is really enviable. The only one who can match up to you is probably that guy." The woman sighed. Her soft sigh could soften one's heart. Brando didn't know who she was talking about, but judging from the elf's coldness, it might be the Flame King Gretel. As far as he knew, Guilt had been crowned as a genius when he was young. It must be known that in the era of the War of the Holy Saints, when the stars rose together, this title was not as serious as it was now. His thoughts were erratic, but the tip of his sword pointed at the enemy remained motionless. At this moment, Brando had a clear feeling that he had been split into two. A self that was about to face the enemy, and a self that was calmly thinking about everything. The two selves did not interfere with each other, forming a dynamic balance. It was a delicate balance. It felt as if time had been stretched out, and everything around him had become fine and delicate. The flow of his thoughts had slowed down, and the movements of the people around him had slowed down as well. The enemies in the gladiator arena were slowly moving towards him. The audience's eyes followed their movements. Coden slapped the air wall and shouted at him from the other side of the arena. "Kid!" The old man shouted, "Listen to me, don't try to be brave. No one can master a new swordsmanship from the start," but before the old swordsman could finish his words, his voice stopped abruptly. Because he saw Brando suddenly move. The young man only waved the sword in his hand slightly, and in the next moment, he split into four. It was not a clone technique, but Brando's movements were extremely fast. It was as if there were four Brandos attacking his grandfather, Turst, Buga, and Ebden at the same time. Ding, 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 ding. Four crisp sounds rang out in the next moment. Horizontally and vertically, Brando clashed with each of his four opponents, and all five of them took a step back. This time, not only did their attack not achieve their goal, but it also increased Brando's range of movement. This was the Wind Elf swordsmanship. The old man recognized it. Wind dance, but what he could not believe was that the young man was able to use it just like that. It was as if he had practiced it for years. No, it was not as simple as just practice. The old man was an experienced swordsman, and of course he understood what Brando's swordsmanship meant. Battle experience. Coden's hand froze in midair. If his eyes could pop out of their sockets, they would have fallen to the ground by now. "Oh my God, Martha. What kind of talent is this?" The old man felt a headache coming on, as if his brain was being twisted together. How could there be such an existence in this world? He was not the only one who had this feeling. Brando's four opponents felt it especially. Because their strength was limited to the same level, technique became the key to victory. But now, they realized that the young man's swordsmanship had become erratic. It was a complete change. The four of them retreated, but they continued to attack after a slight pause. They were all famous swordsmen, and naturally understood that the only way to defeat Brando was to continue pressuring him and not let him have a chance to breathe. This time, the main attacker was Brando's grandfather. He was the strongest of the four, so he naturally had to bear the brunt of the pressure. He placed his sword flat, and the others immediately understood what he meant. Surround and maintain the pressure. It could be said that when the old man did this, he he had already given up on waiting for an opportunity to decide the outcome of the battle with a single sword strike. Instead, he had switched to a more secure method that was close to defensive suppression. Although it seemed a little despicable, it was still the best choice. Brando saw this scene and was secretly shocked. He could not help but wonder who his grandfather was. This level of command did not seem like the ability of a veteran. However, with 4 against 1, the side that was more conservative was still the side with more people. Brando's battle had completely shocked everyone outside the arena. Especially in the hearts of the youths, this young lord was probably on par with the legendary god of war. But when the old man placed his sword flat, Brando did the same. However, he did not do so for defense, but for the first stance of a swordsmanship. The Tejas assault swordsmanship. When Brando found this swordsmanship in the woman's skill list, he was so surprised that the sword in his hand trembled slightly. Compared to Erewhon's military swordsmanship, this was the swordsmanship he was most familiar with as a level 130 warrior. It was also the swordsmanship he used the most. This swordsmanship was later learned by the Northerners and gradually spread. After a few modifications, it was given a new name, the Church's Knight Nation's assault swordsmanship. Brando placed his sword flat and thought to himself, then I'll show you what swordsmanship is. At that moment, his grandfather was clearly the one in front, but Terst was shocked to see that the first person Brando went for was him. How did he go around him? That was the question everyone had in mind at that moment. Even the white-haired old man turned around in shock, but all he saw was Brando plunging his sword into Terst's throat. What are you doing? The old man was stunned. He couldn't help but ask Bugha and Ebden with his eyes. Even if Brando went around him, how did Brando manage to kill Terst so easily? However, Bugha and Terst only replied with the same innocent look. It was too fast. Before they could react, Brando had already flicked away Terst's sword and pierced the young Viscount's throat. Little one, the woman looked at the scene with surprise. That's not my swordsmanship. I modified it. Brando boasted shamelessly. His sword didn't slow down as he replied. Brando moved forward, and Ebden and Bugha were like children blocking his path. Even the swordsmanship they were so proud of was like a child's play. The young man's attack was as fast as a dragon, and he broke through the encirclement formed by his grandfather and the 2 swordsmen in a single turn. When Bugha and Ebden tried to turn around to look for Brando, the old man raised an eyebrow and tried to block Brando's attack from behind. However, he immediately realized that it was a trap. Because Brando's sword had split into 3, the old man immediately retreated and swung his sword left and right to deflect Brando's attacks. This time, it was Brando's turn to be shocked. He looked at his grandfather in disbelief. Even though he didn't have the support of his body and could only display 10% or 20% of his swordsmanship, everyone here was the same. No one was better than the other. The swordsmanship that his grandfather used to block him was at least at level 60. Brando's jaw dropped. Did that mean his grandfather was an elemental awakener? How was that possible? Thinking about it, he felt that this assumption was too absurd. Would a powerhouse with elemental awakening run to a border province to run a small mill? It wasn't that there was no such thing as a hidden expert, but in Brando's memory, his grandfather had always been a veteran of the November War. That was all. He looked at the old man in front of him, and the old man looked back at him. Suddenly, his grandfather's expression changed. Don't. This was the first time Brando's grandfather's projection spoke because he saw Bugha preparing to ambush the young man from behind. Of course, he didn't want to warn Brando. Instead, he wanted to remind him that he was a rapier grandmaster. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bugha and Brando passed by each other. To be exact, Bugha's headless corpse passed by Brando. No one saw how Brando attacked. It's just a small trick. The young man looked at his grandfather and replied. P.S. Do you think there will be more after today? If you guess correctly, please vote. If you don't, please vote more. That's it. Speaking of which, it seems like there are a lot of students writing doujinshi. If there are students who have written doujinshi, please send them to 179096463 at QQ.com. I'll organize them and post them so that all the loving students can share them. Chapter 3:16. It was 1 against 2, and the 2 silent corpses in the arena seemed to indicate who was the victor. As expected, Brando quickly used the same trick to kill Ebden. Brando felt a little guilty for killing the White Knight twice. No matter how he looked at it, it was too tragic. However, the White Knight did not feel that way. Its corpse turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared from the arena. This proved that the undead knight was a part of the arena before it was projected and never existed. The White Knight in history had already died in the mountains outside Fortress Reden, just like the countless nameless corpses in this war. The old man in front of him was the same. Brando looked at his grandfather and raised his sword. The old man nodded and did the same. It was Erwin's military swordsmanship. The grandfather and grandson were going to use this swordsmanship that they were both familiar with to decide the victor. What followed was an intense battle. Brando never thought that his grandfather would be this powerful. Of course, if he knew that Coden did not think that this old man was at his peak, he would probably reevaluate his grandfather. Now, he was reevaluating this old man. This old man was a veteran of the November War who held the Candlelight Medal. However, if that was all, perhaps he was only slightly stronger than Captain Martin, but not by much. But at this moment, the strength displayed by this old man had clearly far exceeded this realm. Who is he? Brendel did not know the answer. He took a step back and dodged the old man's sword. Then he turned around and stabbed his sword into the old man's chest with a simple stab. The old man was stunned. He did not expect to fail like this, but in the end, he raised his head and looked at Brendel. "Well done, young man," he said. Then, he turned into black smoke and disappeared from the arena. Brando knew that it was the projection in his heart talking to him. Perhaps the old man had said the same thing to Brando in the past. But the details of this life had long been buried under the dust of memory. Brando could only recall the memory of the past through the voice in the wind. He maintained the posture of holding the sword with one hand and stabbing forward for a moment before he finally came to his senses. The young man shook his head and calmly returned to the center of the field. The wall of air around him disappeared in an instant, and Coden almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he did not forget about his own strength. He pushed himself up with one hand on the ground. The old swordsman cursed in his heart, but he forgot to ask Brando about his grandfather and the spirit seal. "Looks like it's not a coincidence that you can wake me up." Brando was silent for a while. The woman's voice sounded in his heart again. "It seems that you can wake me up. It's not a coincidence, little guy. Your talent in swordsmanship can't be described as extraordinary." The woman's voice made Brando's ears itch. It was as if he wanted her to say more. "Now, can you tell me who you are?" Brando asked. "My name is Orthless." The woman left his body and reappeared in front of him in the form of a ghost. This was the first time he saw the woman's appearance. Her wavy black hair was draped over her shoulders, but it was not messy. Instead, it had a neat and concise power. Her eyes were the unique purple blue of the wind elves, but they were much deeper than the average person's eyes. His first impression of her was that she was a dignified and serious person, but this hint of devilishness made her look more mature than she actually was. She had a long purplish-black eyeshadow, and he could not help but be slightly taken aback. His first impression of her was that she was a dignified and serious person, but this hint of devilishness made her look even more mature. He felt his breath catch in his throat. In the era of the War of the Holy Saints, there were indeed records of mist elves who liked to use facial tattoos to decorate themselves. But this was the first time Brando saw one that was so perfect. "Wait, you are one of the 24 knights." Then he reacted and immediately interrupted her. He had already guessed that she was a heroic spirit from the era of the War of the Holy Saints. But the 24 knights of Saint All the Wind Empress were different. The 24 knights who followed Saint All the Wind Empress were in fact the most outstanding heroes of the elven race. Of course, at that time, they were not called wind elves, but the mist elves, a race that was as famous as the silver elves. But these heroes had already fallen in the battle with the dark dragon. The last one to sacrifice was the Blade Knight, Orthless. She was also the founder of this profession. That was when the forces of justice were about to win and everyone saw the light at the end of the tunnel. In the Battle of the Grey Swamp, the youngest of the 24 knights, as well as the favorite disciple of holy archer Sonia, died in her own position in order to protect the Flame King's attack. In human age, she was only 16 years old. But Brando could not help but feel doubtful when he saw this woman who was holding a sword with one hand and had an outstanding temperament. Could it be that after becoming a heroic spirit, one's age would increase? Otherwise, how could she become so much more mature? Don't interrupt, little one, Orthless put her finger to her lips with a slight smile in her eyes. Yes, I am that Orthless. But you can just call me Kaya, that's my nickname. I thought. Brando looked at the woman curiously. I didn't think that you didn't disappear, but became heroic spirits instead. Heroic spirits could not be created out of thin air, unless it was in a place like the Sanctum that had some of the attributes of the heroic spirit palace. For example, the Crimson Palace of the Holy Cathedral of Fire that nurtured the flame-beloved knight. But it was rare for a ring to have the ability of a sanctum. This only meant that the ring of the Wind Empress was worthy of being called a divine artifact. He paused for a moment and suddenly thought of something. What's a sealed spirit? Orthless nodded. Sealed spirit is the abbreviation for the soul of the Holy Seal. The Holy Seal is the Holy Seal of the Wind Empress. There are also the Holy Seal of Fire and the Holy Seal of the Earth. In our era, powerful souls are extremely precious. These unyielding and pure souls are also the best soldiers to fight against the Dark Dragon. The heroic spirit army? Brando tried to ask. Orthless nodded again. It doesn't matter if it's the Wind Empress or the Flame King. The power of the Holy Seal is actually the power of inheritance. This power comes from the dragon race. It's the same for the wise ones themselves. She looked at Brando. That was a cruel war. You'll understand if you experience it yourself. Brando naturally understood the cruelty of the War of the Holy Saints. He even thought of the Silver Elves' souls in the Chablis Mountains. They had also become heroic spirits and continued to fight against the Dark Dragon, even under Martha's orders. However, he was curious. This heroic spirit army was not mentioned in most of the history books. It was not even Orthless who told him about it. He had never even heard of it. Where did they go after that? Brando suddenly thought of a possibility. After the war, the 100 races established their own kingdoms. What happened to these heroic spirits? Did they return to the embrace of Mother Earth? The youth thought that the possibility of this was very small. Based on the Silver Elves' heroic spirits in Chablis, most of them might still be in this world. Orthless shook her head as expected. I don't know about that. Brando looked at her. This answer was not out of his expectations. Orthless sacrificed herself on the battlefield before the war ended, so it was normal for her not to know what happened after that. However, he did not care too much about this matter at the moment. It was already difficult for him to gain a foothold in the Erewhon Empire, so he did not have the time to care about these vague historical issues. Orthless did not seem to want to continue on this topic, so she continued. The so-called Soul Seal is because the power of inheritance is indestructible. The Wind Empress divided the divine ring into 24 subrings, and placed each of our souls into the subrings. We signed a contract with Lady Martha, and the purpose of our existence is to nurture the next generation of heroes for the forces of justice. For example, you and other youths with talents like you. But the war is already over, Brando replied. Besides, won't you regret being trapped in the ring forever? We have no choice. Orthless replied, if there are no sacrifices, the Dark Dragon will never be defeated. As for the latter, in different eras, who can tell when the fire of war will be extinguished? We can only do our best to ensure the continuation of our civilization. Brando was silent. Compared to the nobles of this era, the sages of the War of the Holy Saints could indeed be called sages. However, this seemed to be a common problem of intelligent races. Once life was easy, civilization would become lazy and hate work. Then, Lady Orthless, what can you do? Will you let me use your skills like before? I'm afraid not. Orthless shook her head. That's just a temporary measure. I can only teach you what I know. It's just a process of accumulation over time. It's impossible to reach the sky in a single step, little one. Brendel looked at her, and her explanation was more acceptable to him. In other words, the so-called power of the soul of the Holy Seal was to develop the talent of a person with potential as much as possible. With these heroic spirits from the War of the Holy Saints as their teachers, the speed of growth of a person with talent was self-evident. But in the end, one still had to rely on oneself. Brando thought that his grandfather and Coden had their own Holy Seal, but now it seemed that the difference between their achievements was like heaven and earth. Although Coden was a mid-gold-ranked swordsman, he was only average if the power of the Holy Seal was taken into account. He thought for a moment and asked his last question, Lady Orthless, you said that this was the second time you saved me. What did that mean? Orthless looked at him and smiled. Have you forgotten about the fire in Bucci? Little one? Brando was stunned for a moment, but then he understood. He stared at her with wide eyes. He could not help but feel a burst of fear. If he did not find the ring of the Wind Empress, he might have died in the red pine forest behind his ancestral home. P.S. I've finally finished writing. To fall heroically, this is the fate of a warrior. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 317. Right now, there's only one elevator in Area A03 that can be used, but Mr. Odom, are you sure you want to go down? The foreman asked, his eyes darting between the dwarf and the Roman. He brought Odom deep into the mine's tunnel, and there were more than 10 soldiers following behind them. Perkins was scared out of his wits by Coden's disappearance, and Odom was his only hope. When the old dwarf appeared in front of him and asked him to take a look at the mines, he was overjoyed. As for the Roman, the clerk, who seemed to be grasping at straws, did not notice that there was such a person beside the old dwarf. Moreover, this dwarf was going to save him from the fire and water. As for whether the dwarf was willing to take his illegitimate daughter down, that was his freedom, wasn't it? Odom snorted when he heard the foreman's question. Nonsense, why else would I be here? He turned around and looked at the soldiers who were trembling in fear. It was obvious that the rumors about the mine had scared them out of their wits. If you don't want to go down, you can stay up here. The soldiers sighed in relief, but what if the Lord asks? Someone asked. What does that have to do with me? If it wasn't for the fact that it would be troublesome to bring these soldiers with him, he wouldn't have wanted to go into the mines alone. Who knew if the rumors about the monsters were true? There were so many people who had witnessed the monsters, so it might be true. Although the old dwarf had some skills, he wasn't that good at it. You can go and explain yourselves. Don't you know how to lie? It's not like I'm going to expose you. The soldiers nodded in agreement. You're truly a good man, Mr. Odom. They all said in unison. The group quickly came to the elevator, and Romaine looked at it from left to right. If there weren't so many people around, she might have touched it out of curiosity. But the dwarf had already pulled her up while she was hesitating. The foreman did not follow them this time. Mr. Odom, I won't be sending you off. Be careful. The dwarf snorted. Of course. You humans are so cowardly. Everyone's expression turned strange, and only the foreman was a little more restrained. He awkwardly asked, Mr. Odom, you know how to operate this machine, right? Nonsense. The old dwarf angrily pulled down a few levers, and the elevator immediately rumbled to life. It slowly descended to the lower level, and soon, the foreman and the soldiers were left on the upper level. As the elevator sank, the surrounding scenery became a rapidly descending rock wall, and the air became dry and hot. When there were no outsiders around, the Roman became lively and active. She tried to touch the rocks around her. But she was pulled back by the dwarf, and he glared at her. Do you want to die? I'm sorry. Romaine apologized in the shortest time in human history. It was at this moment that the elevator landed on the rock layer below and stopped, causing the two of them to sway. The old dwarf raised his torch and looked around. The fourth floor of the mine was as narrow as ever. He thought for a moment, and then extinguished the torch. But he immediately noticed a problem: he did not bring any illumination crystals. Of course, he could still bring the Roman back to the first floor to chase after those people. They must have something similar on them, but Odom snorted. He could not bring himself to do that. Moreover, dwarves could see in the dark, so he decided to continue moving forward. It's dark. The girl's voice came from the darkness, and her eyes were bright in the darkness. Shoo! Odom sniffed. After entering the fourth floor, the air became thinner, and he did not dare to use any flames. Just follow me, the dwarf said. Why don't we have any illumination? The Roman asked. That's because we're underground. Underground, air is precious. Illumination crystals? We don't have that, but it's so dark. There's nothing we can do about it. The Roman wants light. Lower your voice. The old dwarf's words were suddenly stuck in his throat because he suddenly felt a soft light shining from behind him, brightening up the surroundings. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that it was just an illusion. The dwarf's eyes widened, and he turned around to see the Roman raising her hand. Her palm was emitting a gentle white light. How? How did this come about? Odom stuttered. I don't know either. The Roman looked at her palm. It can shine on its own. It's quite interesting. You don't know either? Odom thought that the dwarf was making fun of him. Yes, the Roman nodded obediently. I was thinking that it would be great if there was light. It lit up, isn't it? Is this the first time? Yes. The dwarf touched the Roman's forehead. What's wrong? Nothing, Odom shook his head. I heard that there's a group of people who are ostracized by witches and wizards. They have magical blood flowing through their veins. He paused for a moment. Is your family the same as you? The Roman thought for a moment. Brando said that my aunt is a witch. Witch? Odom's eyes widened. Impossible. Witches and that are enemies. Unless she's not your real aunt. Were you adopted? My aunt is my aunt, Romaine said angrily. Odom raised his eyebrows. What does a dwarf like me have to do with other people's family matters? He suddenly felt that ever since he met this little girl, he seemed to have more and more problems. He scratched his head and replied, all right, it's good to have a light. Follow me closely. Don't get lost here alone. This is not a joke, all right. The Roman nodded obediently. But her obedience only lasted for a few seconds before she asked curiously, what's that, old man? Odom was startled and turned around subconsciously. Orthlus's words reminded Brendel of the night when the War of the Black Roses broke out, and everything that happened in Bucci. At that time, he was just an ordinary young man in this world. He was surrounded by the undead and it took him a lot of effort to escape with the Roman. But what happened that night was not as simple as it seemed. He touched his chest as if he could still feel the pain of being stabbed by the undead. When he was rescued by Freya and her militia from the Red Pine Forest, most of the fatal wounds on his body had healed. He thought that it was an additional effect of the unyielding talent. But now, it seemed that the one who saved his life was Orthlus. He looked at her and she nodded. Thank you, he replied. No need, little one, Orthlus smiled. I'm your holy seal spirit. Saving you is helping myself. I don't want to go back to sleep for such a long time. Brando's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Does that mean that Orthlus will help me whenever I'm in danger? If that's the case, then the previous few dangerous situations did not seem to be a problem at all. It was just that it was not the most dangerous time yet. Orthlus was a knight who followed the Wind Empress Saint Ossol. Although Brando had spent most of his time in the game and did not know much about the legendary King of the North, the Elven King Delu was someone who was as famous as the Flame King Gretel. Presumably, the Flame King's followers were at least at the peak of the elemental realm, and the 24 Knights of the Wind Empress would not be too weak. Brando felt a sense of satisfaction when he thought about having an NPC who was at least level 80 protecting him. He remembered that there was a quest in the Amber Sword where he had to escort a wizard from the Tower of Stars and Moon to investigate a forest that had been distorted by magic. In that quest, it was actually a low-level player working with a high-level NPC. The feeling of being led by an NPC was still fresh in his mind. It was the only time he enjoyed the thrill of crushing a dungeon of the same level. Brando could not help but sneak a glance at Orthless. He didn't expect her to see right through him. The elf woman had seen through his thoughts. She closed her eyes and said solemnly, "But even so, the Holy Seal's spirit has been stripped of its power. Other than the inheritance of swordsmanship and some secret techniques, I don't have much power. Don't expect too much, little one, huh?" Brendel's little scheme was exposed, and he felt extremely embarrassed, his face flushed red. But at the same time, he felt that it was a pity. Orthless continued, "In the end, the Holy Seal's spirit only represents the power of inheritance. In fact, there are a total of 4 rings that have been lost to the human world. Your grandfather was able to obtain them because we owe your ancestors a favor." Ancestors? Orthless did not want to talk about this. Brando was not embarrassed this time. It was not the first time he had been rejected by NPCs in the game. This was especially true when it came to legendary existences. They were very tight-lipped, and if he did not meet the necessary conditions, he would not be able to get anything useful out of them. But at least Brando knew that his grandfather was hiding something from him and Brando's father. This was very similar to what he had guessed. His grandfather was not only a noble, but his identity was also not simple. But he did not ask. Because at this time, a row of text appeared in his vision, urging him to choose his reward. He had wasted too much time talking with Orthless. The atmosphere in the arena was beginning to change, and the host did not give the challengers much time to prepare. If he did not make a decision quickly, his opponent would probably start the next challenge. He saw that Medisha had come to his side again. It seemed that this elven girl thought that he was going to start the next challenge. The surroundings were also quiet. Coden seemed to be thinking about something, and the youths were looking forward to it. "Everyone, please don't get too worked up. If you meet some people who scold you for no reason when you write a book, you'll be in a bad mood. Authors are also human beings, social animals, and they don't exist outside of society, okay? I also want to stay at home and write my book, not caring about anything, and have someone deliver food to me every day. But is that possible? When I write a book, I value perfection. If I can't write a book that I am not satisfied with, then I will get stuck. Do you think I am willing to do this? If I can't update it, then all you have to do is read less. What do I lose? Money, fame, friends, and a lot more. Just to be clear, this book does not have any chapters in stock, and I can't keep any. I will publish as much as I can every day, and I will publish as many chapters as I can. Everyone is welcome to give your opinions, but please don't criticize me for no reason. I have my pride and tolerance. If you don't like this book, then you can choose not to read it. For example, some people from LK. If you don't like this book, then please read the monthly chapters. As long as there is no lag, this book will not be slow. Even last month, I updated about 50 chapters, and the fastest I updated was about 90 chapters a month. I personally think that this speed is very fast. That's all for now. As usual, please support me if you're satisfied with this book. I'll try my best to make up for yesterday's book today. Chapter 318. What language is this? This time, it was Medisha's turn to ask. There's an ancient saying, the one who wields this sword is the master of the earth. Brendel replied with a strange feeling in his heart. My lord, you know ancient proverb? This time, the silver elf was surprised. Not only her, but even Orthless was taken aback. Ancient proverb was a language that existed before the ancient era. It was even older than the history of the Twilight Dragon. In other words, the background of the game was meaningless. Just like the background of the distant mountains, it could only be seen from afar. It had nothing to do with the era the players lived in. Brando coughed and realized his mistake. He hurriedly replied, "I've seen some of it in the ancient books of the Black Tower, but I think the craftsmen of Buga should have more records." Medisha nodded, but Orthless looked at him suspiciously. Brando felt guilty and did not look at the two of them. He could not wait to check the attributes of Halran Gaia. Although he had heard of the name of this sword before, it was impossible for him to have the opportunity to own it. As a level 45 fantasy-grade sword, the price of this sword was astronomical. Brando did not even dare to think about it. But even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked when he looked at its attributes. Xianxia, gold, 34-42, hardness/sharpness, plus 22 strength, plus 17 dexterity, plus 20 vitality. Additional skills, earthquake, automatically cast a rock fang thrust in the direction of the sword wielder's attack. The strength depends on the wielder's strength. Elemental Lord, the wielder can summon 6 obsidian leopards to fight for him. Stone Nest, consumes gray crystal to produce obsidian leopards at the rate of 1 day, capacity 10300. This ability can be turned off automatically. Nest upgrade, obsidian leopard. Required materials, magic black crystal, stone key, sage slate, amber stone x6. When Brando saw this thing, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. First of all, the 34-42 damage was far superior to other weapons of the same level. It seemed that the Halran Gaia should have some additional attack, because even other fantasy longswords of the same level were at least a third inferior to it in terms of damage. Although Brando already knew about the Earthquake and Elemental Lord's abilities, the attributes of the stone burrow stunned him. At that moment, his mind was filled with only one word: mobile nest. As everyone knew, there were all kinds of lairs in the world of Wond. Some equipment could even produce magical creatures on a regular basis. These things were known as mobile lairs among the players. Brando had seen similar things before, and the ring on his hand was one of them. However, the ring of the Wind Empress was obviously much more powerful. Compared to injecting the nest's rules into magical equipment, it was obviously much more difficult to make the equipment possess the Holy Land attribute. But what really shocked Brando was that this nest could be upgraded. Normally, a primitive nest could be upgraded twice. Even if this stone burrow was upgraded once, the next level of obsidian leopard would at least have the strength of a pinnacle iron-ranked creature. If he could control this thing for a year, wouldn't he have at least 300 pinnacle iron-ranked creatures under his command? What if this nest was still in its primitive state? What if this nest was a special nest, and not only could it be upgraded twice? Brando felt extremely excited just thinking about it. Even the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. However, he immediately had a new problem. Upgrading things was not easy. The magic black crystal was still fine. With Master Alchemist Tamar here, Brando wasn't worried that he couldn't create it. The raw materials for this nest were the black crystal and mana essence, which were not difficult to obtain. As for the sage slate, Brando felt a headache whenever he saw it. The adventure in Chablis had left him with a psychological trauma. Fortunately, it could still be bought from the market. He would soon go to Ampere Seal, and in that bustling free port, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain a sage slate. The last two items were more troublesome. Amber ores were regulated products in any country. It was the source of power for magicite. There were actually 2 names for these ores. The second one was called Somir ores, and the purest ores were called amber ores. Brando wanted to prepare a magicite workshop for Amandina, but he had to think of a way to secretly obtain Somir ores. Moreover, this was difficult, so where was he going to get these amber ores? Brando could only think of mining by himself. There were many mines that had not been discovered in this era, but they were all in the wilderness, and he did not have the ability to do so for the time being. As for the stone key, it was even more complicated. There were many things in the elemental realm, but mortals were unable to enter the elemental realm, so there were very few of them in the prime material plane. Brando felt that it was more appropriate to describe the rarity of this item in the game. This item was necessary for a player's guild to build a city and become a lord. He patted his head, feeling a headache coming on. But it was at this moment that the loud voice rang out again. "Mortal, are you ready for the next challenge?" The voice was deafening, and it drowned out all other sounds in the arena. Everyone fell silent, and their attention shifted away from the sword in Brando's hand. Only then did they remember that they were still in this strange arena. Of course not. Brando was about to reply, but a voice stopped him at this moment. "Sir." He was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the skinny youth called Cohen. He turned his head and saw that the youths were still locked in the cages. Even though Cohen had rescued some of them, at least half of them were still locked in the cages. Brando looked at the skinny youth and guessed why he called out to him. But he did not intend to agree. First of all, he knew his own strength, and there was no way he could pass the 6th challenge. Rashly accepting the challenge would only result in failure. Secondly, he vaguely guessed that the appearance of the sanctuary had something to do with these youths. He had to admit that these youths were very brave. They knew that there was something strange in the mine, and yet they still dared to act recklessly. But since they had made a choice, they had to take responsibility for their actions. Their actions had even implicated others. Not to mention how many miners had died in the landslide. If he was not strong enough, he, Yuta, Scarlet, and Medisha would have all been trapped here. Even though Brando did not think that there was anything wrong with a person being compassionate, he had his own principles. A woman's benevolence did not equate to true benevolence. Thus, he shook his head and rejected the other party's suggestion before the other party could continue. He waved to Orthlis and Medisha and led them out of the arena. "Wait," Cohen called out again, "Sir, I'm not asking for your sympathy." The youth shouted from the cage. This time, Brando paused and stopped. "I want to make a deal with you," the youth said. "Sir, you can choose to agree or not. The choice is in your hands. But can you please let me state my conditions?" Brando looked up at the sky. The arena of destiny was very human-like. The host seemed to have seen everything below, and the voice from above did not appear again. "Speak." The youth thought for a moment and nodded. He was a little curious. What kind of deal could these poor and penniless youths have with him? Even if they were willing to work for him, what could they do? These youths were not strong, and they were just miners. Brando did not mind accepting a few followers, but the price was too high. He looked at the youth and suddenly remembered that he had eavesdropped on their conversation on the way here. Mars seemed to have mentioned that the youth had something strange and worthless on him. Could it be that? Brando frowned. To be honest, he was not optimistic about this deal. He knew that some NPCs liked to collect strange trinkets, just like the little Roman. But those things were not valuable, and he had been tricked a few times in the game. However, the youth still had patience. He stood there and waited for the youth to take out the item. Cohen rummaged in his chest for a while and took out something that Brando did not expect. It was a card of fate. Brando's expression turned strange. He did not expect Cohen to have something like this. This was exactly what he wanted. Brando, who had received many surprises and benefits from being a planeswalker, was now very interested in the card of fate. Even though he knew that there was no hope for him to complete the 6th challenge, he could not help but be tempted when he saw the card. It was like a collector who saw something good that moved him. He saw that it was a fire card, and the item on the card made his heart beat faster. Fireclaw Lord, Fire Tribe, 20 Fire, Creature, Fireclaw Lizard Warrior, Level 33 Elite, Warlike. When the Fireclaw Lord is on the field, all Fireclaw tribesmen on the field gain 1 battle counter. Pay 1 fire. All Fireclaw tribesmen on the field gain the ability Charge. When the Fireclaw Lord is on the field, pay 1 wealth and 1 reputation per day. The Lord is the best commander of the Infernal Legion. Brando did not know what the battle counter was, but after experiencing the battle counter, he knew that it was something that would buff a summoned creature. Furthermore, The card itself was a level 33 elite, which meant that it was a gold-tier summoned creature. Not to mention, it could provide the Fireclaw tribesman with the ability Charge. This was a fatal blow to Brando. He happened to have a Fireclaw tribesman card in his possession, and according to the Shire, this card set was something that could only be found by chance. Of course, he understood the young man's intention. But should he continue the challenge? There was almost no chance of winning the 6th challenge, but Brando was not willing to give up. He could not help but be stuck in a dilemma. "My lord," Medisha said, "that is a silver card. Pay attention to its serial number, it should be the core card of the Fire Tribe." Brando was stunned. He only just noticed that the Fireclaw Lord's serial number was I, and cards with serial number I were usually the core cards of the set. This was something that the Shire and Medisha had told him before. This made him even more troubled. P.S. Today, I saw a very philosophical sentence, so I want to share it with everyone. Regarding the conclusion of Renren Net, go to Renren, go to your classmates, go to your classmates, go to Renren. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 319. But Brando knew that he would not be able to proceed to the next round. Although it was a pleasant surprise that he did not meet the Mithril Sage in the 5th round, it did not mean that the next round would be easy. The 6th round would undoubtedly be a battle between elementals, and Brando did not even need to think about it. Orthlis had already stated that she could not help him, and this time, he did not have the heroic spirits of the Silver Elves by his side, nor did he have a female dragon to help him. In a battle between elementals, it did not matter if it was him, Medisha, or the 2 clones of the Shire that he created with the Sphere of Eternity. Even if Scarlet recovered her strength and joined the battle, she would not have a chance of winning. The difference between the 2 levels was too obvious. That was why Scarlet could not even withstand a single blow from the Angel of the Earth. Therefore, Brando did not think for too long and immediately accepted the system's request. The roulette once again appeared in front of him. He tapped it with his finger, and the needle quickly began to spin. However, when it slowed down, it once again passed up a blood-stained altar and stopped on a card named Myriad Phenomena Forest. Damn! Brando cursed. It seemed that his luck was as bad as always. He could not help but wish that Softy was here. But it was not the time to summon Falerne. There were also a lot of things waiting for them to deal with in ABs. He stretched out his palm and let the gray non-attribute card fall into his hand. On the surface of the card was written as follows: Vientiane Forest, Myriad Wonders 3, 30 Any, Treasure, Sanctum Fantasy, Attach, add 3 equipment counters to target creature, Dwarf, Kurlutzian. The dwarf's treasure vault, dazzling gold. When the card fell, Orthlis saw it too. The elven woman's purplish blue eyes flashed, but she thought for a moment and did not say anything. Brando's mind was focused on the card in his hand, and naturally did not notice the reaction of the Holy Seal spirit. Instead, he asked the others in his mind when he received the card. "What is the meaning of this counter?" "My lord, did you get something good again?" A slightly relaxed voice sounded in his mind. It was the Shire's voice. Brando was surprised. The Shire was still in ABs. He quickly asked, "You can hear me?" "Of course." The Shire shrugged his shoulders in Brando's mind. "I'm the main card, Medisha, and the Nightsong Tiger should be able to hear me." "My lord, you didn't specify who to ask that question." "There's no limit to the distance between a planeswalker and a summoned creature?" "How's the situation on your side?" Brendel asked. "What's the situation on your side?" My lord, why don't you guess?" Charles purposely kept him in suspense. "There's a guy here who's full of doubts about your identity. He's waiting for you to come back and educate him." "There's a guy waiting for me to teach him a lesson?" Brando was secretly puzzled by the Shire's words, but he was never one to let others lead the conversation. He simply ignored the Shire's actions and asked, "Then, can someone explain to me what this thing is?" He pointed at the card in his hand. Equipment counters are used to strengthen a card's combat power. My lord, is the card in your hand a bronze or silver card? Seal did not mind Brendel dropping the topic. The two of them had a tacit understanding between them. Bronze. Brando replied. Bronze equipment counters, each one can increase a summoned creature's natural level by about 5. This was Medisha's voice. The silver elf girl was sent out of the arena by the previous rules, and she was now opposite Coden. What's a natural level? Brando asked again. The natural level should be the level of the summoned creature on the card. The Shire replied. Level on the card? Brando's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the cards of fate were the only item in this world that mentioned a creature's level. In many places, whether it was this era or the Dark Ages, people were already used to using the realm to determine the strength of a creature. Gold realm, silver realm, or elemental activation, but there was never a mention of a certain person's level. This was because it was more like a term used in the game. Brando was suddenly awakened. He could not help but look at the card in his hand. For the first time, he wondered if this thing had anything to do with his arrival in this world. He had never seen something like the cards of fate in the game. Even though the cards of fate would become part of the rules after being unsealed, and only the summoner could see them, what about the unsealed cards? But he knew that now was not the time to think about this. He suppressed his doubts and thought of another card he had. It was the Golden Battle Flag, which also increased a creature's natural level. But Brando had not used that card since he got it. Because the Golden Battle Flag could only increase the level of all his summoned creatures on the field by 1 level, he had to pay 5 light EP for it. Not to mention that he was already lacking in light EP, the significance of this thing was not that great. What was the use of 1 level for a summoned creature? Of course, perhaps in the future when he could maintain a large number of summoned creatures on the field, this 1 level might become more significant, but at least not now. Now it seemed that this nature's collection was much more useful than the Golden Battle Flag. Thinking of this, he turned the card over and asked, the Shire, can you use this card? According to the requirements of the card, Medisha as an elf naturally could not, but the Shire was a human. You have to show me the card, my lord. The Shire replied. Brando immediately read the card in his mind. After about a few seconds, the young wizard opposite him shook his head. I can't, my lord. Why not? Brando asked in surprise. I'm a Highland wizard, my lord. Our branch is divided from the Silver Alliance. Even though we have mixed blood with the Eruan people for generations, we are still descendants of the Buga people. I see. Brando let the card disappear from his hand and felt a little regretful. Then I'll have to put this card aside for now. No. Medisha replied, my lord, there are people in your card who can use it. Who? The young man was stunned. The Nightsong Tiger and his people. Wait, Brando was stunned. Furlern and Tia are wild elves, and there are also barbarians and Highlanders among the mercenaries of Lopez. Medisha is right, my lord, the Shire spoke. The Nightsong Tiger is the main card. The Nightsong Tiger is a Lopez person, and the Lopez people are also a branch of the Cruz people. In other words, as long as the main card matches the description of the group's summoning card, it's fine? Brando asked. Yes. Brando was relieved. The Shire would only be at the pinnacle of gold rank even if he increased his level by 15. However, if the Lopez mercenaries increased their level by 15, they would be at level 30, and they would be on the verge of breaking through to silver rank. This difference in strength was huge, and it meant that he had a team of generals under his command. That was not bad. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked up to see Orthla staring at him. He could not help but feel a little guilty. Because he had his own small world, he often had to be absent-minded in front of others. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if he was always in a daze and others mistook it as a natural attribute, then he would really be embarrassed as a man. Of course, there was no such adjective in this world. However, Brando always felt a little guilty in front of Orthlis. Her temperament was similar to his senior, and if she was here, Brando was sure that she would have laughed at him for being a natural airhead. "I'm sorry," he explained, "I thought of a problem." The woman smiled and nodded in understanding. At this time, the loud voice in the arena finally sounded again. "Mortal, you have passed the test. You will receive a reward." Brando looked up and saw the sword in the middle of the arena suddenly vibrate. It broke free from its shackles and flew straight towards Brando. Everyone cried out in surprise, but Brando raised his hand and firmly grasped the hilt of his sword. The sword was trembling in his hand. Brando felt a majestic power rising from the depths of his heart. This power was connected to the earth, as if as long as he stood on the earth, he would never fall. The moment he held the sword, the arena suddenly quieted down. Then, in the next moment, all the rune dwarves in the audience cheered together. Zro. 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 The loud voice hit everyone in the arena, causing them to feel dizzy. But whether it was Koden, Yuta, or even the youths, they could clearly hear that the voice was not hostile. It was more like it was supporting something. The voice gradually became louder and louder. Brando stood there, holding the sword and bathing in the cheers. He could not help but have a feeling in his heart. It was as if he had been crowned king with the sword in his hand. But he shook his head to get rid of this thought. He turned to Medisha and asked, "What are they talking about?" Zro is the ancient dwarven language. It is actually a person's name, the ancient great emperor of the rune dwarves, Zro. Later, this name was used to refer to all the kings above the great emperor. King. Brando raised the sword in his hand. Indeed, there was a small line of words carved in the ancient language. Because the game designers were lazy, the small amount of words in the so-called ancient language that appeared in the game was actually replaced with words from the real world. The words carved on the sword were English. This made Brando feel very strange when he saw these familiar words. P.S. I feel much better now that I've complained about it. I'll continue to ask for support and apologize to my injured classmates. Chapter 320. What language is this? This time, it was Medisha's turn to ask. There's an ancient saying, the one who wields this sword is the master of the earth. Brendel replied with a strange feeling in his heart. My lord, you know ancient proverb? This time, the silver elf was surprised. Not only her, but even Orthless was taken aback. Ancient proverb was a language that existed before the ancient era. It was even older than the history of the Twilight Dragon. In other words, the background of the game was meaningless. Just like the background of the distant mountains, it could only be seen from afar. It had nothing to do with the era the players lived in. Brando coughed and realized his mistake. He hurriedly replied, I've seen some of it in the ancient books of the Black Tower, but I think the craftsmen of Buga should have more records. Medisha nodded, but Orthless looked at him suspiciously. Brando felt guilty and did not look at the two of them. He could not wait to check the attributes of Halran Gaia. Although he had heard of the name of this sword before, it was impossible for him to have the opportunity to own it. As a level 45 fantasy grade sword, the price of this sword was astronomical. Brando did not even dare to think about it. But even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked when he looked at its attributes. Halangia, gold, 34-42, hardness/sharpness, plus 22 strength, plus 17 dexterity, plus 20 vitality. Additional skills, earthquake, automatically cast a rock fang thrust in the direction of the sword wielder's attack. The strength depends on the wielder's strength. Elemental Lord, the wielder can summon 6 obsidian leopards to fight for him. Stone Nest, consumes gray crystal to produce obsidian leopards at the rate of 1 day, capacity 10300. This ability can be turned off automatically. Nest upgrade, obsidian leopard. Required materials, magic black crystal, stone key, sage slate, amber stone X6. Brando couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw this thing. First of all, the 34 to 42 points of damage was far superior to other weapons of the same level. It seemed that the Halran Gaius should have some additional attack, because even other fantasy longswords of the same level were at least one-third less powerful than it in terms of damage. Although Brando already knew about the Earthquake and Elemental Lord's abilities, the attributes of the stone burrow stunned him. At that moment, his mind was filled with only one word: mobile nest. As everyone knew, there were all kinds of lairs in the world of Wond. Some equipment could even produce magical creatures on a regular basis. These things were known as mobile lairs among the players. Brando had seen similar things before, and the ring on his hand was one of them. However, the ring of the Wind Empress was obviously much more powerful. Compared to injecting the nest's rules into magical equipment, it was obviously much more difficult to make the equipment possess the Holy Land attribute. But what really shocked Brando was that this nest could be upgraded. Normally, a primitive nest could be upgraded twice. Even if this stone burrow was upgraded once, the next level of Obsidian Leopard would at least have the strength of a pinnacle iron-ranked creature. If he could control this thing for a year, wouldn't he have at least 300 pinnacle iron-ranked creatures under his command? What if this nest was still in its primitive state? What if this nest was a special nest, and not only could it be upgraded twice? Brando was extremely excited when he thought about it, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. However, he immediately had a new problem. Upgrading things wasn't easy. The magic black crystal was still fine, and with Master Alchemist Tamar here, Brando wasn't worried that he couldn't create it. The raw materials for this nest were the magic essence and the black crystal, so it wasn't difficult to obtain. As for the sage slate, Brando felt a headache whenever he saw it. The adventure in Chablis had left him with a psychological trauma. But at least it could still be bought from the market. He might have to make a trip to Ampere Seal soon, and it shouldn't be difficult to obtain a sage slate in that bustling free port. The last two items were troublesome. Amber ores were regulated products in every country, and they were the source of power for magicite. There were actually two names for these ores. The second one was called Somir ores, and the purest ores were called amber ores. Brando thought that he could only secretly obtain some Somir ores in order to prepare a magicite workshop for Amandina, and it was difficult to do so. So where was he going to get these amber ores? Brando thought about it and could only think of mining himself. There were many mines that had not been discovered in this era, but they were all in the wilderness, and he did not have the ability to do so in a short period of time. As for the stone key, it was even more complicated. There were many elemental realms, but mortals could not enter the elemental realms, so there were very few of them in the prime material plane. Brando felt that the stone key's rarity could be explained in the game's terms. It was a necessary item for a player's guild to build a city and become a lord. He patted his head and felt a headache coming on. But it was at this moment that the loud voice rang out again. "Mortal, are you ready for the next challenge?" The voice was deafening, and it drowned out all the other sounds in the arena. Everyone was silent, and they shifted their attention away from the sword in Brando's hand. Only then did they remember that they were still in this strange arena. Of course not. Brando was about to answer, but a voice stopped him at this time. "Sir." He was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the skinny youth called Cohen. He turned his head and saw that the youths were still locked in the cages. Even though Coden had saved some of them, at least half of them were still locked in the cages. Brando looked at the skinny youth and guessed why he called out to him. But he did not intend to agree. First of all, he knew that he could not pass the sixth challenge. If he accepted it, he would only fail. Secondly, he vaguely guessed that the appearance of the sanctuary had something to do with these youths. Howren had to admit that these people were really brave. They knew that there was something strange in the mine, and yet they still dared to act recklessly. But since they had made a choice, they had to take responsibility for their actions. Their actions had even implicated others. Not to mention the number of miners who died in the landslide. If Howren was not strong enough, he, Janna, Scarlet, and Medisa would have been trapped here. Brando did not think that there was anything wrong with a person being compassionate, but he had his own principles. Being soft-hearted did not equate to being merciful. Thus, he shook his head and rejected the other party's suggestion before the other party could continue. He waved to Orthlis and Medisha and led them out of the arena. "Wait," Cohen called out again, "Sir, I'm not asking for your sympathy." The youth shouted from the cage. This time, Brando paused and stopped. "I want to make a deal with you," the youth said. "Sir, you can choose to agree or not. The choice is in your hands. But can you let me state my conditions?" Brando looked up at the sky. The arena of destiny was very human-like. The host seemed to have seen everything below, and the voice from above did not appear again. "Speak." The youth thought for a moment and nodded. He was a little curious. What kind of deal could these poor and penniless youths have with him? Even if they were willing to work for him, what could they do? These youths were not strong, and they were just minors. Brando did not mind taking in some followers, but the price was too high. He looked at the youth and suddenly remembered that he had eavesdropped on their conversation on the way here. Mar had mentioned that the skinny youth had something strange and worthless on him. Could it be that? Brando frowned. To be honest, he was not optimistic about this deal. He knew that some NPCs liked to collect strange trinkets, just like the little Roman. But those things were not valuable, and he had been tricked a few times in the game. However, the youth still had patience. He stood there and waited for the youth to take out the item. Cohen rummaged in his chest for a while and took out something that Brando did not expect. It was a card of fate. Brando's expression turned strange. He did not expect Cohen to have something like this. This was exactly what he wanted. Brando, who had received many surprises and benefits from being a planeswalker, was now very interested in the card of fate. Even though he knew that the sixth challenge was hopeless, he could not help but be moved when he saw the card. He was like a collector who saw something good that moved his heart. He saw that it was a fire card, and the item on the card made his heart beat faster. Fireclaw Lord, Fire Tribe, 20 Fire, Creature, Fireclaw Lizard Warrior, Level 33 Elite, Warlike. When the Fireclaw Lord is on the field, all Fireclaw members on the field gain 1 battle counter. Pay 1 fire. All Fireclaw Spearmen on the field gain the ability Charge. When the Fireclaw Lord is on the field, pay 1 wealth and 1 reputation per day. The Lord is the best commander of the Infernal Legion. Brando did not know what the battle counter was, but after experiencing the battle counter, he knew that it was something that would buff a summoned creature. Furthermore, the card itself was a level 33 elite, which meant that it was a gold-tier summoned creature. Not to mention, it could provide the Fireclaw Spearman with the ability Charge. This was a fatal blow to Brando. He happened to have a Fireclaw Spearman card in his possession, and according to the Shire, this card set was something that could only be found by chance. Of course, he understood the young man's intention. But should he continue the challenge? There was almost no chance of winning the sixth challenge, but Brando was not willing to give up. He could not help but be stuck in a dilemma. "My lord," Medisha said, "that is a silver card. Pay attention to its serial number, it should be the core card of the Fire Tribe." Brando was stunned. He only just noticed that the Fire Lord card in the set was I, and cards with the serial number, I, were usually the core cards of the set. This was something that the Shire and Medisha had told him before. This made him even more troubled. If you want to know what will happen next, please log on to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the legal reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy. Chapter 321. Everyone could see Brando's hesitation. Yuta and Scarlet looked at each other without saying a word. The youths all had nervous looks on their faces. Indeed, the difficulty of every challenge in the arena of destiny was clear to everyone. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of that woman in the last challenge, everyone knew that the young man would have already failed. As for the next challenge, no one dared to say that they were confident. Brando was the same. Medisha gently pulled him from behind and whispered, "My lord, there are more than one card in this set. If we really can't do it, we can just give up." But he was still hesitant. Vaunt was so big, and there were so many cards of fate scattered throughout the world. There were many of them, but the chances of encountering one or two of them were too small. Brando had played games before, and naturally knew that rare equipment like this could only be obtained once. It was a matter of luck, and if he missed it once, he might not have another chance. But he was not a reckless person. Even gamblers would stake everything on a single throw to seize that 1 in a million chance. But if he were to walk into the arena again, he might not even have that 1 in a million chance. He thought for a moment and was about to shake his head when he heard a voice, "My lord, let me give it a try." He looked up and saw Scarlet struggling to stand up from the cage. The girl's complexion did not look too good, but she still insisted on frowning. "My lord, I feel that I've recovered some of my strength, and I haven't challenged anyone yet." "Let me try." Before she could finish, she felt Yuta tugging at her from behind. She could tell that Brando was quite interested in Cohen's offer. She was worried that if Scarlet volunteered, Brando might really agree. For some reason, when Yuta saw Scarlet's weak back, it was as if she saw her own sister standing in front of her. She instinctively did not want Scarlet to take the risk. "Let me go, Yuta." Scarlet blocked Yuta's hand. The female mercenary group leader was stunned. However, Brando shook his head. The first challenge in the arena was against the Cerberus, a silver-ranked Cerberus. Even Yuta was no match for it. What use would a red-haired girl who had recovered some of her strength be? He could tell that Scarlet was at most a silver beginner at this time. "No." Brando answered without much thought, "I can't let you take the risk." But Brando did not intend to pay attention to Scarlet, but no matter how important the cards were, they were not as important as the people around him. Gambling with people's lives, Brando did not have the habit of ignoring life like those nobles. Moreover, if Scarlet was locked in the cage again, would he save her or not? Brando shook his head and rejected Cohen's suggestion. He looked up at Cohen and shook his head regretfully. Then, he looked at the sky above the gladiator arena and was about to reply, "Brando, you're here." A voice that no one had expected rang out. The crisp and pleasant voice made Brando's heart beat wildly. Why was she here? He couldn't help but turn around subconsciously. Sure enough, he saw that familiar face, which was also filled with surprise. The merchant girl had her hands on her purse and walked in from the other side of the arena. She was with a dwarf, and Brando recognized the dwarf. He remembered that his name was Odom, and he should be a descendant of the Rune dwarves. He had seen him once at the Trout in the Forest bar. But why was the Roman with him? Brando's mind was filled with questions. Odom did not pay attention to the people around him. The old dwarf raised his head and looked at the surrounding buildings with his eyes wide open. It was as if he was completely immersed in it. Brendel, unlike him, Roman's attention was completely focused on Brendel from the start, and he did not even spare a glance at anyone else. The look of surprise on the merchant lady's face quickly turned into a look of deep worry. She blinked and her eyes turned red. In fact, this was the first time Brando saw the Roman showing such worry in her eyes. "I'm so worried, Brando. Aunt isn't here, and if something happens to Brando..." The girl's words softened Brando's heart. He wanted to ask her why she was here, but where were the two angels? Naturally, he could not bring himself to ask that. The Roman lowered her head and put her feet together. She unconsciously tapped her leather shoes against each other. The Roman came here secretly. "Brando, are you going to scold me now?" Even though she said that, the mischievous girl was still sneaking glances at Brendel from the corner of her eyes, as if she was extremely afraid. Brando could not reprimand her when he saw her like that. Moreover, the Roman did it for his sake. He wanted to teach her a lesson so that she would not run around in the future, but now was not the time. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head and his complaints disappeared with the wind. But a new problem arose. Logically speaking, anyone who entered this place would have to accept a challenge. With the Roman strength, there was no way she could pass the challenge. Then who would save her? Brando's scalp went numb. The sixth challenge? But sometimes, the more he worried about something, the faster it would happen. At this moment, the voice from above came unexpectedly. New challenger, do you want to accept the challenge? The Roman looked up in confusion. She turned her head and looked left and right as if trying to find where the voice came from. Little Roman, give up. Brando gritted his teeth and reminded her. No matter what, he could not leave her here alone. This girl was the first person he met when he came to this world. She was also the one who had gone through life and death with him from the very beginning. In his heart, she was his partner. To him, she had a different meaning than everyone else. Perhaps she was even more important than the Valkyrie in his heart. If the revival of Erwin and the fate of the Valkyrie were a dream in his heart, then the merchant girl had a more real meaning to him. He had always seen her as the link between him and this world. This feeling was even deeper than the feelings he had for Brando's family. The two souls in his body made the word family seem close yet distant. It was as if only his grandfather's old face was the most clear. This was also the reason why he had not considered going back to his home to take a look. Subconsciously, he felt that he was unable to face it. But the Roman was different. He promised her that he would protect her and be her knight. So Brando touched his sword. He had to fulfill his promise as a man. If he could not win, he would turn into a stone statue with the Roman. Although he was unwilling to accept this, Brando did not regret it. My lord? As his summoned creature, Medisha was keenly aware of his thoughts. This is my choice, Brando shook his head and smiled, but I will have to trouble Medisha. You will have to stay here for a while. Maybe it will be a long time until the next master finds you. Then the one you summon will not be Medisha. The silver elf girl looked at him quietly and said softly, Medisha only belongs to my lord. Just like the Shire, every planeswalker has their own laws and world. The same card does not represent the same person. Brando's heart skipped a beat. Medisha looked outside and said softly, I think Miss Scarlet is the same. What do you mean? The silver elf princess looked up at him. Her pale silver eyes had a calmness that could see through everything. It was as if the noise of the mortal world had been washed away by her quiet and ethereal eyes. Ever since the Grey Wolves mercenaries disbanded, my lord has been Miss Scarlet's only hope. Haven't you noticed? She asked softly. How can that be? Brando was stunned. Aren't there other members of the Grey Wolves mercenaries? And that Eek, if I'm not wrong, she should like him. Auden Smida, Dokers. Medisha replied in an ethereal voice. People need each other. Brando interpreted this ancient silver elf proverb. The silver elf girl nodded, because you are valued, you will value the person who values you. There are not many people in this world who can truly be your friend, so we will cherish this hard-won mutual understanding. If Miss Scarlet can feel the importance, then so can Medisha. The silver elf princess smiled, I only have an illegitimate child, but by my lord's side, I can feel true respect and courtesy. This is a joy that comes from the heart, and Medisha cherishes it. She smiled and nodded, thank you, my lord. So please don't feel guilty. Brando nodded and looked at the Roman. The merchant girl clearly did not understand the current situation. She looked at the serious Brando in a daze. What's wrong, Brando? Did the Roman do something wrong? No. Brando shook his head. Compared to doing good with bad intentions, I think doing bad with good intentions is more adorable. He said, because the former can only become worse, while the latter can become better, isn't that right? He drew his sword. The surroundings quieted down. Cohen thought for a moment and kept the item in his hand. He did not say anything more. After experiencing it once, everyone knew the rules here. They obviously understood the situation Brando was in now. That young lady was obviously the one he loved. So how should he choose? As for whether or not they would be saved, Cohen suddenly felt that it wasn't too important at this moment. Because if Brando wanted to save them, he would have to go through the 7th challenge, but that was obviously impossible. Without hope, it would not seem so hopeless. P.S. Everyone, how many chapters can you update in a few days? The encouragement and support from everyone in the book review and comments section is making me cry. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support legal reading. Chapter 322. Cohen put down his hand as if he had thought it through. Mar and Joka looked at him from the side, feeling uncomfortable. After all, Cohen was still their comrade. For the youth, this separation was cruel. They had all thought about it. If Cohen couldn't leave, they would stay. At worst, they wouldn't be able to leave. Mar thought darkly to himself that Brendel might choose to stay behind as well, and he saw the young man's dilemma. He thought that if such a big shot like Brando was here to accompany him, then what was the point of them staying? But Cohen didn't say a word. The thin youth was silent for a while, as if he had made up his mind. He stood up, raised the card in his hand again, and threw it far away. "Sir, catch it." Cohen looked at Brando and shouted with all his strength. Brando turned his head and looked at him in surprise. "Are you crazy?" Mar was stunned by Cohen's action. But there was a satisfied smile on the thin boy's face. It was a smile full of ambition and yearning that was impossible to see on a person of his status. At that moment, he was no longer a minor but a master of a region. Brando looked at him in confusion. Cohen stood up and straightened his back. "Sir, I've learned one thing during my days as an apprentice. I know that in the eyes of big shots, people like us are insignificant." He shook his head, "But I think that even insignificant people like us have the chance to change our fate. Maybe I can't do it, but at least now, I know that I have the chance to change the fate of a big shot like you." Everyone was stunned by his words. They couldn't help but think that this kid had gone crazy. But Cohen did not go crazy. Instead, he coughed, and with the help of the girl behind him, he continued, "I don't know what this card can bring you, but if it brings you good luck and allows you to get out of here, then in the future, in your legend, my lord, there will be a part of me, isn't that right?" Brando was stunned. What kind of theory was this? This was the first time he looked at the young man again, and his heart was filled with surprise. He didn't know how to evaluate the other party's way of thinking. It was filled with the madness of a gambler, but it also made people feel a trace of admiration. It was a free and easy admiration. However, Brando was a little puzzled as to why the other party was so optimistic about him. He could not help but ask, "This card is indeed very meaningful to me, but even if I get it, I still can't change my fate of failure. Do you regret what I said?" Brando looked in that direction and spoke frankly about his current predicament. Hearing this, Yuta and Scarlet were stunned. They held their breaths at the same time. "Wait, kid, you..." Coden finally realized what was going on. However, Cohen was not surprised. The youth smiled and said, "Yes, but as long as you pick up that card, you will at least accept my good intentions, won't you?" He continued, "Moreover, your words have confirmed my thoughts. As for the outcome, I don't care." Cohen, Joka and Mar were stunned. It was as if this was the first time they had met their comrade. But for some reason, these youths felt a sense of alienation and unfamiliarity towards their companion at this moment. However, they also faintly felt a sense of superiority towards the other party. Brendel had already given them the impression that he was undefeatable, but Cohen's aura seemed to be on the same level as him right now. This was something they could not imagine. Brando listened to Cohen's answer and fell silent. He thought that anyone who had such thoughts was either a madman or a true expert. However, when he looked at this young man named Cohen, he didn't look like a madman, nor did he look like a big shot. "But wait, what's your name?" Brando suddenly asked. "Cohen." "Kvanna." My name was given to me by my mentor. The youth answered. Lord Kvanna. It really was him. Brando finally understood. In history, Kvanna grew up in the countryside of Tanajil, but he did not expect him to grow up in the mines. Brando immediately thought of the game. Kvanna must have used this quest line to reach the peak of power. But what was it that changed his fate? Was it just the cold steel ores? Or was it something else? In history, Lord Kvanner had replaced Count Randner and became the King of Randner. His rise from a commoner to a duke was a living legend, and there was no record of him dying in the mines of Schaflund. Then, did this mean that there was still a chance? Or did history change because of his arrival? Brando's hand that was holding Halran Gaya's hilt trembled slightly. For the first time, he was uncertain about the future. But when Roman heard the conversation between the youth and Brendel, and saw the youth's confusion, he could tell that something was wrong even if he was a carefree person. She frowned worriedly. Brando, what should I do? Give up the challenge, Roman. Brando regained his senses and replied. No matter what the future was, he had to face his own choice. Give up. But at this moment, a voice interrupted. Even though the voice sounded old, it was full of vigor. It was the loud voice of the dwarves. Odom finally recovered from the shock of seeing the sanctuary built by the dwarven ancestors. The first thing he heard was Brando telling them to give up the challenge. This was intolerable. It was a blasphemy to the dignity of the dwarves. No dwarf would back down in the face of a challenge. That was the action of a coward. Furthermore, he was a noble rune dwarf, a descendant of the Silver family. Not to mention, this place was the hall that carried the souls of his ancestors. Countless souls of his ancestors were hovering above this sanctuary, watching everything that was happening below. How could he back down? Odom immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Even if I'm an old man, I won't back down here. Moreover, this is the territory of the rune dwarves. Rude brat. Coden felt that the word rude brat was the most appropriate description he had ever heard in his life. He even felt that the stubborn old dwarf was more pleasing to the eye. As far as he was concerned, this kid from the Tobuz family was indeed extremely rude. Odom, why are you here? Coden asked. The old dwarf was just beginning to complain to Brando, but he was already dead in his stomach. He was shocked when he saw Coden. He recognized the gold-ranked guard captain, but when he saw that Coden was covered in injuries, he couldn't help but be shocked. Captain Coden, what happened to you? Because the territory of the rune dwarves is really a good place, Coden raised his eyebrows and replied in an annoyed tone. Speaking of which, how did you become a rune dwarf? Aren't you a golden dwarf? The golden dwarves are just a part of my homeland. I'm a genuine rune dwarf. Odom was unhappy when he heard that someone was doubting his bloodline. Very well, I'll assume that you're a citizen of the Silver family. Then what are you doing here? Odom was stunned for a moment before he realized that the guard captain was smiling. Of course, it looked like a sinister smile to him. The old dwarf realized that he had fallen into a trap. He stammered as he tried to come up with an excuse. He couldn't possibly say that there was a huge treasure here, and that he had the right to inherit it as the only descendant of the rune dwarves, right? Count Randner would probably make him unworthy of his title as the only descendant of the rune dwarves, or at the very least, turn him from a lively state to a dead one. But just when he was in a dilemma, he saw the Halran Gaia in Brando's hand. The old dwarf's expression immediately changed. Or. He blurted out, but quickly realized that something was wrong and shouted in Cruz, the king of Gaia. Why is this sword here? You know it too. Brando, who was ignored for a long time, looked at Odom and asked in surprise. There were not many people who knew about the Halran Gaia's inheritance. Even though Odom claimed to be the last descendant of the rune dwarves, he had seen too many of these so-called last descendants. Some of them had long forgotten about the inheritance of their civilization, and other than their physical characteristics, they did not have much to do with the Silver family. These people were called the remnants, and they could be found all over the continent of Wond. Then again, which of the numerous black dwarves in the land of Vaunt wasn't a descendant of the ancient golden race? But the golden and silver era had long passed. After the dark era, the current wound was no longer the same as described in the legends. Of course, sir. The old dwarf looked at Brando and lowered his head slightly for the first time. He could not help but be more respectful, which made Coden feel disgusted. He thought to himself that this old man was even faster than that coward Perkins. But before this, he had personally experienced the old dwarf's stubbornness. The old swordsman's gaze fell on Brando's sword. It seemed that he could only find out the reason from there. But even though the sword was a good one, was it that important? Brando also realized this at the same time. Is it very important to you? The young man gestured at the sword in his hand. But even so, Brando did not intend to give it to him. Not to mention that the sword could greatly increase his strength in the challenge later. Didn't he go through so much to complete the challenge just for this Halran Gaia? Rather than saying that it's important, it's more like saying that it's related to a legend. Odom was a little disappointed. He came for the treasure, but if this sword appeared here, it meant that his treasure was gone. The Rune dwarves had many treasures, but there was only one related to the Halran Gaia. The old dwarf thought of the legend and could not help but look at Brando again. He was not a real Rune dwarf, but only a branch of the Rune dwarf bloodline left behind on the earth. He did not have the extraordinary talent of the real silver folk, and he did not even learn the construction skills of his ancestors, which were said to be comparable to the craftsmen of Buga. But he did not lie to Coden. He was indeed the inheritor of this civilization, or at least that was what he thought. From the moment he was born, there was a mysterious message in his mind, which was undoubtedly passed down through his bloodline. That was why Odom knew that there was a treasure under the mines of Schaflund. P.S. What should I say? Is the wheel of history slowly turning again? Please support me. Chapter 323. Cohen put down his hand as if he had thought it through. Mar and Joka looked at him from the side, feeling uncomfortable. After all, Cohen was still their comrade. For the youth, this separation was cruel. They had all thought about it. If Cohen couldn't leave, they would stay. At worst, they wouldn't be able to leave. Mar thought darkly to himself that Brendel might choose to stay behind as well, and he saw the young man's dilemma. He thought that if such a big shot like Brando was here to accompany him, then what was the point of them staying? But Cohen didn't say a word. The thin youth was silent for a while, as if he had made up his mind. He stood up, raised the card in his hand again, and threw it far away. Sir, catch it. Cohen looked at Brando and shouted with all his strength. Brando turned his head and looked at him in surprise. Are you crazy? Mar was stunned by Cohen's action. But there was a satisfied smile on the thin boy's face. It was a smile full of ambition and yearning that was impossible to see on a person of his status. At that moment, he was no longer a minor but a master of a region. Brando looked at him in confusion. Cohen stood up and straightened his back. Sir, I've learned one thing during my days as an apprentice. I know that in the eyes of big shots, people like us are insignificant. He shook his head, but I think that even insignificant people like us have the chance to change our fate. Maybe I can't do it, but at least now, I know that I have the chance to change the fate of a big shot like you. Everyone was stunned by his words. They couldn't help but think that this kid had gone crazy. But Cohen did not go crazy. Instead, he coughed, and with the help of the girl behind him, he continued, I don't know what this card can bring you, but if it brings you good luck and allows you to get out of here, then in the future, in your legend, my lord, there will be a part of me, isn't that right? Brando was stunned. What kind of theory was this? This was the first time he looked at the young man again, and his heart was filled with surprise. He didn't know how to evaluate the other party's way of thinking. It was filled with the madness of a gambler, but it also made people feel a trace of admiration. It was a free and easy admiration. However, Brando was a little puzzled as to why the other party was so optimistic about him. He could not help but ask, this card is indeed very meaningful to me, but even if I get it, I can't change my fate of failure. Do you regret what I said? Brando looked in that direction and spoke frankly about his current predicament. Hearing this, Yuta and Scarlet were stunned. They held their breaths at the same time. Wait, kid, you. Koden finally realized what was going on. However, Koan was not surprised. The youth smiled and said, yes, but as long as you pick up that card, you will at least accept my good intentions, won't you? He continued, moreover, your words have confirmed my thoughts. As for the outcome, I do not care. Koan. Joka and Mar were stunned. It was as if this was the first time they had met their comrade. But for some reason, these youths felt a sense of alienation and unfamiliarity towards their companion at this moment. However, they also faintly felt a sense of superiority towards the other party. Brendel had already given them the impression that he was undefeatable, but Koan's aura seemed to be on the same level as him right now. This was something they could not imagine. Brando was silent after hearing Koan's answer. He thought that anyone who had such thoughts was either a madman or a true expert. However, when he looked at this young man named Koan, he didn't look like a madman, nor did he look like a big shot. But wait, what is your name? Brando suddenly asked. Koan. Kvanna. My surname was given to me by my mentor. The youth answered. Lord Kvanna. It really is this kid. Brando finally understood. In history, Kvanna grew up in the countryside of Tanajul, but he did not expect him to grow up in the mines. Brando immediately thought of the game. Kvanna must have passed through this quest line and reached the peak of power step by step. But what was it that changed his fate? Was it just the cold steel ores? Or was it something else? In history, Lord Kvanner had replaced Count Randner and became the King of Randner. His rise from a commoner to a duke was a living legend, and there was no record of him dying in the mines of Schaflund. Then, did this mean that there was still a chance? Or did history change because of his arrival? Brando's hand that was holding Halran Gaya's hilt trembled slightly. For the first time, he was uncertain about the future. But when Roman heard the conversation between the youth and Brendel, and saw the youth's confusion, he could tell that something was wrong even if he was a carefree person. She furrowed her brows worriedly. Brando, what should I do? Give up the challenge, Roman. Brando regained his senses and replied. No matter what the future was, he had to face his choice. Give up. But at this moment, a voice interrupted. Even though the voice sounded old, it was full of vigor. It was the unique loud voice of the dwarves. Odom finally recovered from the shock of seeing the sanctuary built by the dwarven ancestors. The first thing he heard was Brando telling them to give up the challenge. This was intolerable. It was a blasphemy to the dignity of the dwarves. No dwarf would back down in the face of a challenge. That was the action of a coward. Moreover, he was a noble rune dwarf, a descendant of the Silver family. Not to mention that this place was the hall that carried the souls of his ancestors. Countless souls of his ancestors were hovering above this sanctuary, watching everything that was happening below. How could he back down? Odom immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Even if I'm an old man, I won't back down here. Moreover, this is the territory of the rune dwarves. You impolite brat. Koden felt that the word impolite brat was right in his heart. He felt that he had never heard of such an adjective in his life, and even felt that the stubborn old dwarf was a little more pleasing to the eye. From his point of view, this brat from the Tobuz family was indeed impolite. Odom, what are you doing here? But he still asked first. The old dwarf was just beginning to complain to Brando, but it was already stillborn. When he saw Koden, he was shocked. He recognized this gold-ranked guard captain, but when he saw the injuries all over his body, he couldn't help but be shocked. Captain Koden, why are you like this? Because the territory of the rune dwarves is really a good place to be. Koden raised his eyebrows and replied in an annoyed tone. Speaking of which, how did you become a rune dwarf? Aren't you a golden dwarf? The golden dwarves are just a part of my homeland. I am a genuine rune dwarf. Odom was displeased when he heard that someone was doubting his bloodline. Alright, let's assume that you are a citizen of the Silver family. Then what are you doing here? Odom was stunned for a moment before he noticed the smile on Coden's face. Of course, it looked like a sinister smile to him. The old dwarf finally realized that he had fallen into a trap. He stammered as he tried to come up with an excuse. He couldn't possibly say that there was a huge treasure here, and as the only descendant of the rune dwarves, he had the right to inherit it, right? Count Ranner would probably make him unworthy of his title as the only descendant of the rune dwarves, or at the very least, turn him from a lively state to a dead one. But just when he was in a dilemma, he saw the Halran Gaia in Brando's hand. The old dwarf's expression immediately changed. Zor. He blurted out, but he quickly realized that something was wrong and shouted in Cruz, King of the Earth. Why is this sword here? You know it too. Brando, who had been ignored for a long time, looked at Odom and asked in surprise. There were not many people who knew about the Halran Gaia's inheritance. Even though Odom claimed to be the last descendant of the rune dwarves, he had seen too many of these so-called last descendants. Some of them had long forgotten about the inheritance of their civilization, and other than their physical characteristics, they did not have much to do with the Silver family. These people were called the Remnants, and they could be found all over the continent of Wonde. Then again, which of the numerous black dwarves in the land of Vaunt wasn't a descendant of the ancient Golden race? But the Golden and Silver era had long passed. After the Dark era, the current Wonde was no longer the same as what was described in the legends. Of course, sir. The old dwarf looked at Brando and lowered his head slightly for the first time. He could not help but be more respectful, which made Coden feel disgusted. He thought to himself that the old dwarf was even faster than that coward Perkins. But before this, he had personally experienced the old dwarf's stubbornness. The old swordsman's gaze fell on Brando's sword. It seemed that he could only find out the reason from there. But even though the sword was a good one, was it that important? Brando also realized this at the same time. Is it very important to you? The young man gestured at the sword in his hand. But even so, Brando did not intend to give it to him. Not to mention that the sword could greatly increase his strength in the challenge later. Didn't he go through so much to complete the challenge just for this Halran Gaia? Rather than saying it's important, it's more like it's related to a legend. Odom was a little disappointed. He was here for the treasure, but if this sword appeared here, it meant that his treasure was gone. The rune dwarves had many treasures, but there was only one related to the Halran Gaia. The old dwarf thought of the legend and could not help but look at Brando again. He was not a real rune dwarf, but only a branch of the rune dwarf bloodline left behind on the earth. He did not have the extraordinary talent of the real silver folk, and he did not even learn the construction skills of his ancestors, which were said to be comparable to the craftsmen of Buga. But he did not lie to Coden. He was indeed the inheritor of this civilization, or at least that was what he thought. From the moment he was born, there was a mysterious message in his mind, which was undoubtedly passed down through his bloodline. That was why Odom knew that there was a treasure under the mines of Schaflund. P.S. What should I say? Is the wheel of history slowly turning again? It's time for support. Chapter 324. And it was because he knew all of this that he came all the way here. Perhaps it wasn't just for the treasure. Even Odom himself wasn't sure, but there was a voice in his blood telling him that he had a dream. That dream was to return the legacy of the rune dwarves to the land of Wonde. It was just like the legend of the revival of the rune dwarves. He looked at the sword in Brando's hand and hesitated. The voice in his heart told him that he should believe in the legend, but how could he believe it? According to the legend, all the rune dwarves had to worship the person who held the Halran Gaia as their king and follow him to rebuild the rune dwarven empire. But for this old dwarf to bow down to a stranger, it was really too difficult for his old bones. Legend? Brando asked. Odom gritted his teeth and decided to hold on to his wits and take one step at a time. The old dwarf coughed and said, "Forgive me for not being able to say much, but I heard your conversation. Do you want to leave this place?" "What do you mean?" Brando's attention was drawn to the old dwarf. "It's nothing, my lord." The old dwarf chose a title that was easier for him to accept. He thought that if he suddenly called Brendel king, not only would he not be able to accept it, but everyone else would be shocked as well. "I just want to say that there's no need to go through so much trouble." He paused for a moment and pointed at the sword in Brando's hand. "If you can lend me that sword for a while, I might be able to let everyone leave this place easily." "Oh." Brando had never heard of such a thing before. He and Medisha looked at each other and saw the suspicion in each other's eyes. It wasn't just them, even the old swordsman beside them asked, "Odom, what are you doing?" "Let me tell you, this brat is much stronger than me. If you play any tricks in front of him, be careful not to get yourself involved." The old dwarf was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "I'm telling the truth, damn it." But he thought for a moment and wisely avoided conflict with Coden. Even though dwarves were stubborn, he wasn't a reckless person. "This sanctuary was built by us rune dwarves to store the sword. Since my lord has the sword, leaving this place shouldn't be a problem." "Is there such a thing?" Brando asked. He didn't know that the Arena of Destiny had such a setup. "Of course, but my lord, you won't be able to do it. You know that the silver legacy is actually left for the descendants of this bloodline. Even though you are the descendants of the people of order, you are still of a different race." The old dwarf's attitude towards Brando was clearly different. "But I'm different. I have the blood of the rune dwarves flowing in my veins. With that sword, I might be able to open this space." Brendel turned to look at Coden, but the old captain seemed to be hesitating. Even though he had interacted with Odom before, the only thing he knew about him was his stubbornness. Even the old man himself wasn't sure if he knew what kind of person Odom was. However, the young man had already made up his mind. The sword was his spoils of war in this space. In the game, the power of the laws protected this, and he believed that it would be the same here. He thought that even if he gave the sword to the old dwarf, he wouldn't be able to play any tricks. Moreover, the old dwarf's words made his heart skip a beat. The old dwarf's words were not without reason. In the past, he had never heard of such rumors in the game. That was because there were no silver or gold bloodlines among the players, so it was natural that they wouldn't trigger such a storyline in the sanctum. Therefore, Brando only pondered for a moment before throwing the sword over. "Try it," he said. "It would be best if they didn't have to stay here." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Cohen. Could this be the turning point of history? "What's wrong, sir?" Cohen noticed his gaze and asked. "Looks like you're quite lucky," Brando said to him. "Are you so sure that he can do it?" The young man watched as the dwarf took the sword and walked to the center of the arena. He turned around and looked at Brando in confusion. "No," Brando shook his head, "I only believe in history." "History?" Cohen asked in disbelief. However, Brando did not answer him. Instead, he raised his hand and a gust of wind wrapped around the card of fate on the ground and flew it towards himself. He reached out and caught the Fireclaw Lord card and said to himself in his heart, "Frowny face system notification, reward obtained." Then, he smiled faintly. "My lord?" Medisha noticed Brando's expression and was puzzled. In her heart, Brando was not someone who would be happy over such a small gain. Brendel did not answer her either. He only looked up at the center of the arena. At the same time, the old dwarf had already raised Halran Gaia with both hands. The voice in the sky echoed again, "Mortal, do you accept the challenge?" "Of course." Odom's words gave everyone a fright. But this time, the challenge did not come as expected. After a moment of silence, the voice in the sky asked, "I seem to sense a familiar aura from your body. Are you our descendant?" "Yes, the souls of my ancestors in Chongshan," the old dwarf replied. "Like you, I am a citizen of the mountains and rocks, a child of metal and fire. For thousands of years, we have endured hardships in the wilderness, but in the end, we managed to overcome all difficulties to come here, just so that our souls can enjoy a moment of peace. because this is our origin, my homeland." The arena was silent for a moment, but then the voice roared, "Peace? No, the time has not come yet." His voice rumbled like thunder, as if enraged, causing everyone to stagger from side to side. "Our descendants in the wilderness, you will have to continue trekking until the time comes, and your souls will return to the holy sanctum. The time has come, the souls of my ancestors in Chongshan." "Is that so?" A voice suddenly sounded in the air, and the entire space buzzed. The old dwarf hesitated for a moment and looked back at Brando. He was in disbelief, but he still raised Halran Gaia. "Das Mots Rem." The dwarf replied. It was a strange language that Brando did not recognize, but Medisha did. She frowned and explained to her lord, "The mantra of order, it seems to be a part of the sacred covenant." Brando naturally knew what the sacred covenant was. It was a covenant that all intelligent beings signed with Martha to fight against the Twilight Dragon before the Age of Darkness. A part of the covenant was the law of order, and it was said that it came from the era before the current era, which was the era before the gods. It was also the era that Brando called meaningless background. After the sacred covenant, the forces of justice signed another sacred covenant to fight against the Twilight Dragon, but that agreement was written in the ancient language and was far inferior to the original one. The sacred covenant was a divine weapon that symbolized the law of order. But after Odom said those words, the entire space shook, and everyone felt that the space around them was loosening. This meant that the old dwarf did not lie to them, and his method worked. But at this moment, Brendel suddenly felt like he was hallucinating amidst the vibrations of space. He saw a strange image appearing in front of him. A black moon, a dark lake, and a tall tower that stood silently in the middle of it, as if it was a metaphor for something. Then the image changed to a group of black-clothed people walking on an endless wasteland. Then, he saw a row of black words, 16, the tower, the lost moon, has taken away the light. He remembered that he had seen this row of words when he escaped from Fortress Reden, but a new row of words appeared below it, XX, judgment, the light has lost. The words continued to appear, 17, the star, the silver generation has been lost on the earth, traversing the darkness and obscurity, seeking. Then, all the strange images disappeared. Brando shook his head and woke up, and saw Medisha looking at him with concern. He nodded to the silver elf girl, indicating that he was fine. However, he shifted his gaze slightly and saw the merchant girl slowly and carefully approaching him, as if she wanted to ask him something out of concern, but she didn't dare to let him see her for fear of being killed by him. Brando looked at the Roman and could not help but laugh, and said to Medisha, "In the end, we should really thank someone this time." Medisha was slightly surprised. "Thank you, little Romaine, for bringing us good luck." The young man turned around with a stern face. His hand had already pinched the merchant lady's pink cheeks at lightning speed. "Isn't that right, little Romaine?" "Ah. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, Brando. I won't do it again." The Roman's face was pinched, and she squinted her eyes, tears almost coming out of her eyes from the pain. She quickly admitted her mistake loudly, I'm sorry." Her pair of small eyebrows were almost raised. She wanted to retreat, but she was afraid of the pain, and she was in a dilemma. Brando glanced at the old dwarf, then looked at the Roman and asked, "Do you dare to run around again?" "No, I don't dare." The girl's eyes turned left and right as she answered. Brando was helpless. He knew that this girl would not repent, but he had already made up his mind to bring her along no matter where he went. Otherwise, no one would be able to take it if this happened again. He sighed and let go of his hand. At the same time, the light around them dimmed, as if they had entered a space where they could not see their own fingers. "What's wrong?" The Roman's voice immediately sounded. "Nothing." Brando felt the surroundings and answered, "That's why we're back. P.S. This is power. Thank you everyone for your support." "Is there more?" To be continued. If you want to know more, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 325. In the last few days of autumn and early winter, Padarson was already desolate. The trees were already bare, but the forest was like a monster with its fangs and claws on both sides of the road. The sound of horse hooves came from afar. 11 night parted the white fog and broke into the silent morning. To ensure speed, the riders kept their mounts running at a small pace, but did not gallop. There were about 100 miles from here to Luda, and they had to maintain their horses. Except for the rider in the middle who carried a long black cloth bag, the others were fully armed. Swords and crossbows that flashed with cold light occasionally peeked out from under their long cloaks. The knight was on high alert and looked around from time to time. The forest in early winter was cold and bleak, but there were still wolves in the forest. The knight kept moving forward and soon came to a small river. At this time of the year, the river had not yet frozen, and the water was sparkling. There was a cold stone bridge on the shore. But at this time, the leading knight suddenly raised his hand and asked the others to stop. The knight tightened the reins to stop the horses and looked around. The leading knight withdrew his hand and gestured to the left and right, meaning that there was an ambush. Then he turned his horse around and pulled out his long sword from his waist. The knight turned their horses around and immediately formed a circular formation with the escorts as the center. The uniform movements showed that these knights were well trained. Even the scouts in Erwin's army could not reach this level. But as the knight moved, there was a rustling sound in the forest. Immediately, a group of noble private soldiers in leather armor stood up from the bushes on both sides. These ambushers were all armed with battle axes, small round shields, or crossbows. Apparently, the ambushers realized that they had been discovered and were ready to attack. But the knight's reaction was not slow either. They were even faster than these ambushers. The knight in black did not hesitate to untie the crossbows at their waists and shoot in all directions. A few of the ambushers had just rushed out of the bushes and onto the road when they were shot down. The knight's archery skills were excellent, and they continuously turned their horses around to fire arrows in all directions. Many of the ambushers were shot in the throat, and the corpses quickly formed a circle around them. But the Aween cavalry's crossbows had limited ammunition, and the private soldiers seemed to be aware of this. After 5 rounds of shooting, they let out a battle cry and rushed out of the forest. However, the knights were not in a hurry. They lifted their cloaks with their left hand and pulled out a hand axe with their right hand. They threw it forward in unison. A series of screams resounded through the sky, startling many birds that were still in their dreams. They flapped their wings and flew out from the surrounding forest. The ambushers were caught off guard, and the front row of people fell instantly. Quick! Go, they are out of weapons. Don't give them a chance to reload their bows. But the pungent smell of blood in the cold morning air only excited these fugitives. Some of the nobles' private soldiers shouted madly. They had an absolute advantage in numbers, almost 10 times the number of their opponents. Even if they had to sacrifice a lot of lives, they would still kill their opponents. The knight's calmness had angered these people. The ambushers rushed forward in a frenzy, trying to turn the battle into a bloody melee. But they found that things were not as they had imagined. Their opponents were far stronger than they had imagined. The knight drew their swords together, and a dramatic change occurred on the battlefield. Accompanied by the silver light of the swords, white streams of air crisscrossed and formed an impenetrable net. The ambushers who rushed forward rashly crashed into it. Then, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Broken bodies and limbs fell backward, making it look like a rain of blood was falling from the heads of the ambushers. Many of the ambushers were completely stunned. They were told in advance that their opponents were a group of knights from the kingdom. But no one told them that the knight's strength was at the peak of the silver level. At first, the nobles' private soldiers could still rely on inertia to rush forward to the knights who were as cold as the Grim Reaper. But in less than a moment, the morale of this motley crew had completely collapsed. Before they could get close, they had lost nearly 1/3 of their men. Once their feverish heads cooled down, these nobles' private soldiers realized the horror of their opponents. Without further reminders, they scattered. They even fled faster than when they came, at least twice as fast. The battle ended quickly. The leading knight stopped and took a deep breath of the bloody air. He raised his hand to stop his men from chasing. But how many ambushes had they encountered along the way? Chasing after them was also meaningless. They wouldn't be able to catch any valuable targets, not to mention that their own mission was the most important. All the knights stopped. They checked their left and right, then bent down to wipe their swords on the corpses before sheathing them. No one spoke during the entire process. Only the sound of horses rubbing their noses could be heard. The leading knight's gray eyes swept across the battlefield. He looked at the corpses that littered the ground. These nobles' private soldiers did not have any obvious markings on them to indicate which side they belonged to. They also did not have any banners. They looked more like a group of bandits. But bandits were not so well trained. Then, he pulled down the hood of his cloak, revealing a middle-aged man's thin and pale face. He looked back. The rider they were escorting patted the long black bag on his back as a sign of safety. Then, the rider looked up and pulled down his hood. It was a young man's face. To be precise, Brando knew the owner of this face as well. He was Turst, Viscount Turst. But the Viscount's appearance had changed. He had lost a lot of weight over the past month. His complexion had also become paler. His eyes seemed to be burning with a lake green flame. Safe. If Brando was here, he would definitely be shocked by the Viscount's words. His voice was hoarse and dry, as if someone had poked a hole in his throat. The young man sniffed as if it took a lot of effort for him to speak. "Who are these people?" the middle-aged man asked as he looked at the corpses on the ground. "Duke Arek's men," Turst replied with a hoarse voice. "Him?" The middle-aged man paused for a moment. "Wasn't that old bastard trying to get on our good side? Nobles are all two-faced bastards. You don't need to look at me. I'm the same. So don't trust me. If there's a chance, I'll definitely stab you in the back." The middle-aged man smiled. "Interesting. But don't worry, I only trust my own men." Humph, Turst did not even look at the man. He pulled up his hood and prepared to leave. But at that moment, the young Viscount froze. He saw a flash of green light in the forest, and his expression immediately became very bad. "Behind you." Turst put down his hood and warned the middle-aged knight. The leader of the knight turned around, but it was too late. The green light hit him squarely in the chest. The middle-aged man was shocked at what kind of sorcery this was, but his expression was frozen in that moment. Turst saw the leader of the knights turn into a stone statue in front of him. "That bastard is here." The young Viscount's heart raced. He knew who it was as soon as he saw this familiar scene. That nightmarish memory was still tormenting him, but he didn't expect that the nightmare would become reality again. He almost wanted to run, but his hands and feet seemed to have grown roots, and they didn't listen to his command as if they were possessed. Then, he saw the monster covered in emerald green armor coming out of the forest. All the knights were stunned. Of course, they saw what happened to their captain, but such a strange way of attack was beyond everyone's understanding. They didn't know what to do at this time. Guard against it? But no one dared to say that they had a better defense against that green light. They wanted to avenge their leader, but who knew what the enemy was capable of? The knights froze in place for a moment. But the Emerald Knight did not seem to appreciate their kindness. He walked step by step towards Turst, who was in the center of the knight's protection. Facing the approaching knight, the young Viscount who possessed the strength of a beginner gold tier realized that he was so frightened that he could not move at all. It was so difficult for him to even utter a single word from his throat. Just as he managed to squeeze out a word, one of the knight couldn't take it anymore and attacked the Emerald Knight. However, the other party merely raised his hand and blocked his long sword. Then, the knight was sent flying along with his horse, crashing into a black pine tree not far away. After that, there was no more sound from him. The Emerald Knight's move shocked everyone, but it also made the knight realize that this was an enemy. The knights shouted in unison and stabbed their swords at the knight. But before the swords could reach him, they were blocked by a layer of green light around the Emerald Knight's body. It was a top-grade magic armor. Everyone's heart sank. The outer layer of top-grade magic armor had a powerful magic defense. This kind of protection could not only defend against ordinary magic attacks, but could even block physical attacks like swords and sabers. In Erewhon, this kind of armor was only made by the royal alchemists during the golden age of the kingdom. It was extremely rare, but the person who owned it was definitely not a simple person. The knight's heart sank as they tried to guess who the enemy was. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that their days were numbered. Terst couldn't even open his mouth to warn them because the knights had already noticed that their swords, including their magic swords, were slowly being petrified. This discovery scared them out of their wits. Some of them quickly threw away their swords, but it was useless. In the end, the dozen or so knight turned into stone statues. Terst felt like he was going to collapse when he saw this scene. But in reality, when the Emerald Knight slowly approached him, he realized that he wasn't losing his mind. Although he wished that this was a dream. The Emerald Knight slowly approached his horse and stared at him. He didn't speak, nor did he attack. He just stood there motionless. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 326. At that moment, time seemed to have frozen. The young Viscount was drenched in cold sweat as he mustered all his strength to speak. What are you trying to do? The Emerald Knight pointed at the bag on his back. His meaning is clear. The sword on you. You were the one who told me to bring the sword out. Terst took a deep breath and started panting heavily. What are you trying to do? When he said the last sentence, the young Viscount was almost roaring in anger. Terst had never been toyed with like this in his entire life. He felt like he was being toyed with like a little girl. Instead of playing games with this freak, he would rather be killed by the other party. But when he saw the petrified captain not far away from him, Terst couldn't help but shudder. The Emerald Knight's face was expressionless. Of course, his cold mask didn't reveal any emotions. He pointed at the long bundle on Terst's back and pressed on his chest. The young Viscount understood the knight's meaning. The knight wanted him to hand over the sword. But what kind of joke is this? If I hand over the sword, how am I going to answer to the other senators and elders in All for One? It wasn't easy for him to gain the attention of the higher-ups in All for One because of this mission. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent an entire squad of elite knights to protect him. But now, not only did he lose these knights, he might also lose this important thing. If this matter is pursued, no matter what his status in All for One is, he might not be able to walk away unscathed. He might be the Holy Son, but he wasn't the only one. Terst panted heavily as he glared at the Emerald Knight with bloodshot eyes. He wanted to see if there was any change in the knight's expression, but it was a pity that the helmet didn't allow him to see any expression. The young Viscount pondered for a moment as he struggled internally. He had no doubt that if he refused, the knight would turn him into a statue as well. He didn't understand why the Emerald Knight let him go so many times. There was no reason for the knight to only keep him alive. The knight could have easily killed him and taken the Lionheart sword. But the knight didn't do so and instead gave him a choice. Was it just for fun? But this was obviously unrealistic. Terst hesitated for a moment before he finally made a difficult decision. What do you think? Terst looked at the young man and hesitated for a moment before he made a difficult decision. The young man reached a hand behind his back, untied the long bundle, and threw it to the other party. Why didn't you kill me? He asked at the same time. The Emerald Knight bent down and picked up the Lionheart sword. It was as if he wasn't afraid of Terst's sneak attack at all. Terst took a deep breath and suppressed his urge to attack. The unimaginable strength displayed by this monster made him unable to even muster the will to resist. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't resist, but the result was a crushing defeat. He had already experienced this feeling once on the island in the middle of the lake. The Emerald Knight glanced at Terst. "You're not willing to accept your fate, but you're willing to bow to the other side?" The Emerald Knight asked. This was the first time Terst heard the Emerald Knight speak. His voice was muffled under the helmet, and he couldn't tell whether he was male or female. "Which side?" Terst frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his dark green eyes. The young Viscount was ready to throw caution to the wind. The worst that could happen was death. He didn't even care about the punishment from the unifying guild. He handed over the Lionheart sword to the Emerald Knight because he wanted to know why this monster was so against him. There's nothing wrong with being rebellious towards the world, but to be used by others because of that is foolish. The Emerald Knight replied. "You're talking about the unifying guild?" Terst asked. "I'm just using them." "Weak." The Emerald Knight picked up the Lionheart sword and walked towards the river. Terst watched as the strange knight walked towards the stone bridge and threw the Lionheart sword into the cold water. At that moment, he thought the knight had gone mad, but he quickly calmed down. What did it matter if the knight was mad or not? The Knight of the Lake's last sentence was still echoing in his mind. Weak? Terst felt that he was indeed weak, but he suddenly smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but think about how he should deal with the punishment from the unifying guild. He raised his head again to look at the culprit who had caused all this trouble. But the Emerald Knight was nowhere to be seen. For a girl like Freya who came from the countryside of Buchi, the days in the Royal Knights Academy seemed to pass faster than anywhere else. The withered leaves on the trees were dyed a golden red yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. This was the resting time between training sessions, and the future goddess of war was sitting on the stone steps in a daze. She rested her chin on the hilt of her sword, hugging it with both hands as she stared at the dark green mountains in the distance. When she saw the bare shadows of the trees, she realized that winter was coming. It had been almost half a year since she came here. She thought in a daze. She slowly got used to the life here, and the change in her mentality made her ignore the changes in her surroundings. The summer leaves were lush, the autumn leaves were red, and the winter leaves were withered. A year had passed just like that. Her daily life had become as boring as an ascetic. In order to become stronger, she had pushed away all activities. Every day, she would train, and rest. This future goddess of war was trying her best to reach her goal. She couldn't tell if it was for the sake of everyone in Buchi, or if it was just because of the young man's expectations for her. But every time she thought of Brando's gentle and caring gaze, Freya's heart skipped a beat, and she felt as if she couldn't breathe. Sometimes, she felt that it was too embarrassing for her to be like this, but she couldn't get rid of his shadow. Brando. She unconsciously muttered his name, and didn't notice that someone had come in front of her. Then, the future goddess of war was shocked and raised her head. She saw the black-haired knight standing in front of her with her hand on her sword, and her face turned red. Freya stood up at a loss, and did not know where to place her hands. "What's wrong?" Maynard tilted her head and looked at her. "No. Nothing." Freya lowered her head and answered absent-mindedly. She felt that even she couldn't believe her own words. But this time, the strict knight didn't scold her like she usually did, or ask her why she wasn't alert at all. She came over and put her hand on her forehead without saying a word. Her palm was cold. This intimate action made Freya freeze, and the future goddess of war was so scared that she almost turned around and ran away. But when she saw Maynard's dark and caring eyes, she was stunned. "Homesick?" Maynard put down her hand and asked in a low voice without any expression on her face. "No." Freya shook her head, but suddenly nodded. She thought that if she didn't go along with what Vivian said, she wouldn't be able to explain what she was doing there. "Freya, you're such an idiot." She scolded herself in her heart. "You can't even lie. That guy can lie without blushing." Maynard sighed when she saw that the young lady's mind had wandered off again. She could roughly guess what the other lady was thinking. But she didn't ask. Instead, she put her hand under her shawl and took out a letter. His letter. Brando's letter? Freya was startled and blurted out. But she immediately realized that something was wrong and subconsciously covered her mouth. This was a little too obvious. Maynard's expressionless face flashed a smile. This was the first time that Freya saw her smile. So his name is Brando. Lucky guy. Lucky. What lucky? Freya lowered her head and felt that her ears were burning. She defended herself with a voice that was so soft that even she couldn't hear it. But she still hurriedly took the letter with a cautious look. At this time, the two heard the sound of a carriage's wheels. The sudden sound came from one side of the road outside the academy. But at this time of the year, very few people came back from outside. Both of them were attracted by the sound and turned around at the same time. They immediately saw a white carriage, like a ghost breaking through the morning fog, slowly driving into the academy. Then it slowly passed by the two of them and entered the depths of the academy. Chapter 327. That's all, Senior Maynard. Maynard chuckled, but her expression quickly turned serious. You need to be careful. That brat is starting to get restless again. But this time, they're quite secretive. I can't find anything on them yet. Freya raised her head and looked at her worriedly. Don't worry, the black-haired knight took a deep breath. I'm here. Just be careful. With that, she raised her head and looked at the direction where the carriage disappeared to. The sky in the north was gloomy, as if a terrible storm was brewing. But would this storm come before the end of winter? No one knew. Maynard only knew that everyone in the academy was beginning to panic. This last piece of land in the kingdom might not be a safe haven, but the center of a huge whirlpool in the future. As for this temporary peace, it was just the illusion of the calm before the storm. At the very least, the knight knew that in the north, in the free port of Ampere Seal, a war without smoke was about to begin. She turned her head and looked deeply at Freya. Can you do it? She asked. What? Freya was stunned. The future Valkyrie's dazed look amused Maynard. She covered her mouth slightly and replied with amusement, nothing. In the last few days of the month of frost, everything seemed to converge together. When the situation in the north was on the verge of collapse, time also flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed in the Schaflund mines. The incident that caused everyone to panic turned out to be a farce. This farce was spread widely in the town at first, but it was quickly forgotten. People were always forgetful. Apart from the families of the injured and the deceased who would forever remember this day, most people returned to their original trajectory of life after just a short week. On the surface, the Schaflund mines seemed to be unchanged, maintaining the same old appearance as it had for decades. But under the surface, some things were slowly changing. First, Coden's movements were restricted after Brando and the others left the mines. Under Brendel's instructions, the old man announced that he would temporarily hand over all his duties in the mines to Perkins, and shut himself in to recuperate. As for the cowardly clerk, he had completely surrendered when Brendel and Medisa barged into his office. Now that Jana and more than 20 peak iron-ranked mercenaries had disguised themselves and were monitoring the clerk 24 hours a day, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks even if he was given 100,000 guts. In fact, it was the opposite of what Brando expected. Perkins seemed to be more cautious and diligent than before, to the point that even his own subordinates who did not know the truth praised him. Were praises. Those deputies probably thought that their boss had finally repented and turned over a new leaf after shouldering all the work in the mining area, and had become pragmatic and willing to work. Even the spies sent by Count Randner to monitor Brendel's performance in secret had given him good reviews for the past 2 weeks. Of course, all of these reports went through Brando's hands. When Brando showed these reports to the cowardly clerk, Perkins cursed out loud for the first time. Of course, after cursing out loud, he looked around cautiously, as if he was afraid that his disrespect towards Count Randner would be heard by the spies in the surroundings. This is the so-called mud that cannot support a wall. Brendel shook his head involuntarily. But in order to appease the cowardly clerk, Brando promised him that he would not reveal the details of his work to anyone. He would only say that he was going to imprison him and find someone similar to him to replace him. Even though this lie seemed to be easily exposed, it at least gave the clerk some psychological comfort. Now that he was constantly living in fear, he could only rely on this little bit of comfort to live. As for Coden, he was sent to Ab's the next day. When the old man saw the county, he knew that he could not escape. However, he still rejected Brando's goodwill and asked him to keep his promise and let him go when the time was up. Brendel shook his head with a smile when he saw the report. He was sitting at a table in a certain room in the Forest Trout Inn in Schaflund. Coden was obviously related to his grandfather, but the old swordsman did not mention a word about it after they left the underground. The young man intended to find out the truth of the secret from the other party, but he was not in a hurry. After all, he had plenty of ways to do it. Compared to that, he had more pressing matters to attend to. So he put this matter aside and turned back to look at the back of the merchant girl who was buried in a large pile of books. After leaving the underground, he had scolded this disobedient young lady. Originally, he thought that Roman would ignore him for a few days, but when he left the mine, this young girl who claimed to be a great merchant still held his hand tightly. It was as if she was holding an important treasure and was afraid of losing it if she wasn't careful. Brando regretted it a little and felt that he was too harsh with his words. But he did not expect that in just a few hours, the merchant girl would return to her old ways and swagger around. When the Nightsong Tiger arrived and Brando ordered Yuta to make a copy of the books, the young Roman finally calmed down. She had been working for 2 days, and her progress was unbelievably fast. She seemed to have an innate talent in this aspect. She could easily distinguish what she wanted from the complicated numbers and abbreviations. It was a good thing that Vaughn's accounting system was rather simple, and was still in a very primitive stage. Roman quickly investigated Perkins and the others' deficits, and checked out the loopholes in the accounts one by one. However, Brando knew that it was not the time to make a bold move in the mine. At least in name, the mine was still under Count Randner's jurisdiction. He and the Roman could not enter the mine and meet with Yuta as they wished to avoid attracting the attention of the spies in the mine. In fact, the 20 or so mercenaries that Count Randner placed in Randner's camp used the excuse of needing to replenish the casualties from the mining accident. These mercenaries would not be needed for too long, and Count Randner would not allow too many unfamiliar faces to appear in his territory. It would take at most a month for the new mercenaries to be replenished. Of course, Brando could still obstruct them, but it would take at most 2 months. 2 months was more than enough for Brando. Thus, he put this matter aside and waited to settle the score in the future. But other than this important matter, there were also other small matters that gave him a headache. For example, the young men who came out from the underground with them, Cohen, Joka, and Mar. Brando admired the thin young man, or rather, the future king of Randner. Regardless of what Brando knew or saw, this young man was definitely not willing to be an ordinary person. In fact, this thin young man's performance in the underground also proved this point. But what surprised Brando was that Cohen rejected his invitation. The young man clearly stated that he and his friends would leave this place and go to the outside world according to their original plan. This news made Brando feel that it was a pity. King Randner was not an ordinary person, but he also knew that he could not force them to stay. He could only let them stay in Schaflund for the time being, and wait for 2 months before deciding whether to stay or leave. On the other hand, Brando did not manage to keep the people who were supposed to stay. The people who were not supposed to stay were left behind. The strange old dwarf claimed to be the only descendant of the Rune dwarves, and his performance in the underground world seemed to prove this point. Of course, this was not a big deal. What really made Brando feel strange was that this old dwarf seemed to have appeared in front of him for the past few days. Of course, the bad-tempered old dwarf didn't seem to treat him well, but at least he wasn't as cold as before. But for this reason, Brando still kept Halran Gaia. He was originally worried that this was the old dwarf's goal, but he did not expect that the old dwarf was still the same as before. It was as if he was not affected at all. Brando could only attribute this to the old dwarf's mental illness, and then turned his head to ignore him. Because a few days later, another more important matter completely diverted his attention. The Nightsong Tiger and his men arrived at the mine. They were thinking of ways to secretly transport all the silver ores stored in Shaflan's warehouse, smelted them, and sent them to ABs to be used as currency. At the same time, the Nightsong Tiger brought good news to Brando. In fact, on the third day after they left, the Shire found Grodden's private mint in a nearby manor. But there was a small interlude. When the noble's private soldiers hiding in the manor realized that their whereabouts were exposed, they immediately closed the door and did not allow the mercenaries to enter. They even clamored to fight until the last man. This action obviously angered the leader of a small mercenary group that joined Brando's side. The leader was called Madron, and compared to his strength, he was more famous for his fiery temper. That was why he wanted to teach these mercenaries a lesson. Since they wanted to resist to the last person, then he would fulfill their wish. But just when this barrel of gunpowder was about to go head-on, our young wizard vetoed his request. Charles only sent a message to Madeline, "Wait and see." This sentence had a miraculous effect. On the second day, the arrogant private soldiers of the nobles raised the white flag and opened the door to surrender dejectedly. Although the mercenaries present at the time felt that this sorcerer was mysterious and unfathomable. But soon, they realized that it was not a big deal. The reason was simple. By this time, news of Sir Maxon's defeat had already spread throughout Tonajul. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 328. Let's turn our attention to Paydarson. The core of Randner Province was located at the border between Randner Province, Arek, and Frada. Originally, it was to prevent the Highlanders from invading the north, but as the kingdom's rule over the south gradually stabilized, it became the center of political symbolism. Currently, Randner's largest fortress was Fort Balasar, but Count Randner still preferred to place his administrative center in Paydarson. Paydarson Castle had a history of nearly 130 years. Its style originated from the revival of the Elven style during the year of the Return of Glory, and it could be said to be one of the few surviving works of art from that era. It was also one of the proudest places of the Randner family. It symbolized the respect this family had for tradition, and this respect earned them a relatively high reputation among the nobles. Of course, this also complemented Count Randner's good reputation among the nobles of Aween for being a two-faced person. Just like the veteran gatekeeper, Hood had been guarding the gate of the castle for most of his life, but since the November War, this was the first time he saw a knight rushing towards the gate at such a fast speed. The ground shook from the impact of the horse's hooves. The veteran almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The world is still peaceful right now. Is there a war in the north already? The veteran immediately recognized the knight's attire. It was one of his own. There was an urgent report. Hood was an experienced veteran. He pushed the slow-moving novice aside and gripped the capstan with his bulging veins. The gate immediately creaked as it rose. The knight did not stop at all. He flashed across the drawbridge like a bolt of lightning and went straight into the castle. The report in his hands was quickly passed to the castle's attendant, who then passed it to the steward. It did not take much time to pass it up the chain of command. Count Randner had set 3 levels of urgency for his letters, and this letter was one of them. It had been almost 10 years since such a report appeared. Most of it was military news. Soon, the steward rang a bell. The bell was connected to Count Randner's room by a string. Most nobles could use magic, but Count Randner had a hobby. He knew a little about magic because he believed that magic was not a safe thing to do. If he could use machinery, he would definitely not use magic. This was a well-known anecdote among the nobles. When the bell rang on Count Randner's left hand, he was conversing with his guest. Count Ranner had a head full of white hair, but no one could tell how old he was. He had participated in the November War. The tragedy of the November War had nothing to do with the nobles. It was a war that greatly damaged the kingdom, and the nobles still remembered it clearly. Monsieur the Count wore a monocle, and was neatly dressed, with a black ermine coat with a ruffled ruff of silver, and a handsome beard, though there was a faint smile of benevolence on his face. But to others, this smile signified an unfathomable emotion. Especially the guest sitting below. This guest was not from Kurlutz, and many people like him did not even admit that they were from Aoin. In Erewhon's SS, they had a common name, Highlanders. Highlanders, as the name suggested, were the people of the mountains. There were many tribes in Wone that were called Highlanders, and most of them were barbarians. Erewhon's Highlanders were a branch of the Natai people. They were considered uncivilized 200 years ago, but after being ruled by the kingdom, they gradually integrated into the civilized world. However, there was one thing that did not change. The Highlanders had always pursued their own independence. Of course, this independence was not tolerated by the kingdom. Thus, the borders of Ranner had never been peaceful, and there were all sorts of conflicts and border wars all year round. Of course, not all Highlanders were like this. There were some who were willing to accept the rule of the kingdom. For example, the guest sitting beside Ranner came from a region under Ranner's rule. His purpose in coming here was very simple. He hoped that Count Ranner could reduce the taxes in the south. Due to Madara's invasion, it was an open secret that Madara's army was still entrenched in the south. The flames of war had a devastating effect on the local agriculture and production. Many regions had almost no harvests, and it was difficult to even survive, let alone pay heavy taxes. However, the kingdom did not seem to notice this, and its rule over the Highlanders became even stricter. Count Ranner listened carefully to the guest's story. He maintained a smile on his face and did not say anything. For someone of his age, his smile made him seem like a kind old man, but the guest sitting below him did not dare to think so. Most people who thought so did not have a dignified ending. Just as the envoy was about to state his request, the bell on Count Ranner's left hand began to ring. The Count's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he could not maintain a smile on his face since this afternoon. He could not remember how long it had been since he received an urgent report. The old man frowned slightly and stood up. However, he did not appear to be rude at all. He politely nodded to the envoy and said, "My apologies, please wait for a moment. Allow me to leave for a moment. Please, my lord." The envoy stood up in fear and trepidation, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. The old count left the study and opened a door to a room next to it. He immediately saw his aide and assistant waiting for him. Count Ranner did not maintain a calm expression in front of his aide for many years. Instead, he immediately asked, "What's the matter?" "It's related to Tonagel." The aide replied. "Is it the same matter as last time?" The count took a silver snuff bottle from a servant beside him and took a puff. "That trash still hasn't been dealt with?" "It's been half a month." The old noble said angrily. "There's a new report this time. It was sent by Lord Paulus." "Lord Paulus?" Count Ranner paused for a moment. Lord Paulus was Grodin's retainer, but he was also his old subordinate. Lord Paulus had participated in the November War with Count Ranner. Even though he only participated in a few small battles at the end of the war, he was still Count Ranner's most trusted aide. Count Ranner did not doubt Lord Paulus' loyalty to him and his family. When he heard that the report was from the old knight, he immediately calmed down and asked, "What did he say?" The aide did not answer. Instead, he passed the letter to Count Ranner. "Brando?" Princess Griffin's thin eyebrows finally moved slightly when she heard the name. A hint of surprise flashed in her pale silver eyes. The surprise only lasted for a moment before she furrowed her brows. "That young man told you that his name is Brando?" The half-fairy princess raised her eyelashes slightly and looked at the guests in front of her. Most people wouldn't easily reveal their true identity under such circumstances. That's for most people. This was the first time Count Bar interrupted. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, but I don't think he's an ordinary person. Someone who has such a close relationship with the Silver Elves can't be that ordinary. Your Highness, Griffin crossed her slender fingers and rested them on her chin. She was lost in thought for a moment. Golden Apple, Silver Elf, Dragon Magic, Highland Knight. She lowered her head. You said he's a silver-ranked warrior? I'm afraid so. Makarov nodded. 20 years old. Princess Griffin looked at Eichel, but her heart was in turmoil. Auberbeck clearly told her that the young man was at most a black iron. Isn't that the same as Mr. Eichel? He's a true genius, Bugha replied. There's another interesting thing. His swordsmanship. What about his swordsmanship? His swordsmanship has a shadow that I'm very familiar with. It's like someone I know, Mr. Bugha, please continue. Sword Saint Darius. Sword Saint Darius? Griffin was puzzled. But Mr. Bugha, you said that the young man uses the standard Erewhon's military swordsmanship. It's not the same style as Grandmaster Darius, right? Sword Saint Darius also knows how to use military swordsmanship, Fleetwood replied. Your Highness, have you forgotten that he was born in the military? Improved swordsmanship. Princess Griffin's heart skipped a beat. Fleetwood continued, but a 20-year-old silver-ranked swordsman is already very rare. The old man glanced at Eichel as he spoke. The young man lowered his head in embarrassment. The half-elf girl also felt a little emotional when she heard this. The Champions Tournament had just ended, and a group of similarly outstanding youths had emerged. She couldn't help but wonder if Mother Marcia was still looking after Aween. But if that's the case, why is the situation so difficult? Why do I feel so powerless? Griffin felt a little tired, but she immediately used her extraordinary willpower to divert her attention. She took a deep breath, and her face lost some color. But she still asked seriously, also, Grandmaster Fleetwood. Your Highness. You said that the golden apple in the young man's hand really didn't connect with his soul? Yes, I'm sure that I didn't see wrongly, Fleetwood replied. I can guarantee this with the honor of being a court magician for decades. This time, Griffin was really tempted. It was said that the golden apple could change a person's fate and make them change completely. If she had the golden apple, would her weak brother be able to become the real king of Erewhon? But what puzzled her was that anyone who got their hands on the golden apple would immediately think of a way to take it for themselves. But why was that young man unmoved? Was it just a fake? Impossible, her teacher wouldn't have seen wrongly. But Griffin thought that since the young man had such a close relationship with the Silver Elves, he might not be an ordinary person. Maybe he had other plans for the golden apple. Griffin thought of the legends of the Highland Knight, Dragon Magic, and the Silver Elves, and her heart beat faster. Griffin raised her head, her eyes shining. Can we find a way to win him over? Win him over? Everyone was stunned. Of course they wanted to. Whether it was his relationship with the Silver Elves or the owner of the Golden Apple, they were willing to do so. But they had already offended him, so what could they do? Although the young man showed that he had a good impression of the royal family, it didn't mean anything. It's a little difficult, Makarov immediately replied. No. Griffin smiled and shook her head. She thought it was a little funny. Maybe it's not as difficult as you think, if it's the same person. Everyone was stunned. Griffin picked up a letter in front of her with 2 fingers and handed it over. Take a look. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 329. This was the battlefield from more than 10 days ago. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Even though it was winter, the corpses had been cleaned up according to Brando's strict requirements. The spread of the plague was no joke, and even though the weather was cold, the youths were not willing to take the risk. Thus, apart from the bloodstains on the open ground, there were only fragments of armor and weapons scattered across the grass to prove that a fierce battle had taken place here. A black-feathered bird, a raven or a black-feathered blackbird, flew over the battlefield from a low altitude. The north wind was bleak, and the weather was getting drier and colder by the day. Due to the lack of a sacrifice, Brando had no choice but to deal with the corpses in a simpler way. The black pillars of smoke in the sky were proof of this. The smoke rose above the forest like a scene from the end of the world. When the scouts carefully entered this old battlefield, they couldn't help but look at the black pillar of smoke in the southern sky with trepidation. They crouched down, carefully inspecting the battlefield before standing up and looking at each other in dismay. They were scouts from Paulus. Ever since they received news of Lord Maxon's defeat, they had traveled day and night to this place. At first, they did not believe that the rioters were that capable. But when they passed by Lord Maxon's territory, they were surprised to find that it had been occupied by another group of people. Some of them had seen those people before. It was a mercenary group called the Amber Sword. A few months ago, they had led a group of refugees across the border, saying that they were going to explore the wilderness. The last news of them was that they had stopped at Port Gris, but only the heavens knew why they had returned here. But the answer to the scouts' doubts was simple, because Brando knew that Lord Maxon would attack Hades. Since that was the case, there was no need to be courteous. In the letter he sent to the Druids, he'd requested for Leto to immediately bring his men across the Parton wastelands. Once Lord Maxon made his move, they would immediately raid his lair. Poor Lord Menta had not the least idea that a mob could be so bold, and had, in fact, suffered a great loss from the very beginning of the war. Of course, he himself did not know. By the time he found out, he had already become Brando's prisoner. However, the scouts didn't know about these details. They only sensed the presence of the troops with the keen instincts of spies. They hurriedly left Lord Maxon's territory and traveled south through the night, crossing the Gris River and arriving at the land where a great battle had taken place not long ago. Of course, in Brando's words, the war in their hearts was called a village-level armed melee. He had seen real battles before, and he was not worried about whether he could defeat Lord Maxon or not. This was also why he dared to let Rabin and Cornelius take command of the Firebrand Legion. However, Brando also understood that there would be a fierce battle ahead. At this moment, one end of this fierce battle was in the hands of the scouts who had sneaked into the young man's territory. The rumors are true. Sir Maxon has already lost, and it was a crushing defeat. One of the scouts stood up after inspecting the surroundings, reporting to his companions. Everyone fell silent. Although they had already expected this result, the news of Lord Maxon's defeat had already spread across the Gris River. It wouldn't take long for the news to reach Lord Paulus' ears. However, they still couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone's gaze turned towards the most experienced scout in the group, who was also the one who spoke. The experienced scout pondered for a moment before speaking. The most important thing is to pass the news back. This matter is a little strange. I've been a scout for so long, but I've never heard of such ferocious rioters. He looked around. This is an ambush. An ambush? I heard that Captain Carglass also participated in this battle. Carglass was Lord Maxon's son. If one's memory was good enough, they would remember that this young man had once served under Lord Paulus for a period of time. However, that was not the case. Carglass did not boast because Lord Paulus did not have any children of his own. He had always treated this young man as his own son and passed on all his experiences in war to him. Carglass' performance did not disappoint the old knight. He performed outstandingly in the battle against the Highlanders and had a high reputation among Lord Paulus' subordinates. Even if he wanted to join Princess Griffin's side, the old knight had also agreed to it. Lord Paulus might be loyal to Count Ranner, but he was more inclined towards the royal faction. He hoped that this disciple of his would be able to assist Erwin on the path of revival. Why would Captain Carglass be ambushed? When he was leading us, we didn't fall for the tricks of the Highlanders. The scout added with some doubt. The scouts fell silent. This matter was too strange. But the old soldier waved his hand and said, "I have a suggestion. Let's split into two groups. On one hand, you will bring the message back to Lord Paulus. The other will continue to move forward and try our luck at Abes." "That's too risky," a young scout said. "No scouts are willing to take the risk." The old soldier waved his hand. "I have the highest position here. Listen to my orders. All of you go back. Leave 2 people with me." The scouts looked at each other after hearing the order. They were not worried that they would encounter any danger since they were all elites under Lord Paulus. However, ever since they came to the south, there was a sense of mystery. This was the first time they wanted to retreat. While the scouts were arguing outside the forest, Rabban and Cornelius looked at each other. They turned around and saw a young man wearing a red robe sitting on a rock not far away. The subterrane dweller chieftain Tajiv was looking at the county with fear. This young adept's spell had completely concealed their auras. Even the most skilled of scouts would not be able to find them. Rabban was not sure if the experienced scouts would be able to detect them at this distance. When he served in the Karsuk cavalry regiment, he had seen many scouts in the army. Sometimes, as a cavalryman, he would occasionally act as a scout or two. However, he had only seen experienced scouts like those outside in the most elite brigades. They were definitely first-rate elites. However, he was more surprised by the county's identity. He came from Karsuk and had seen the mysterious Highland wizards before. He was 100% sure that the county was the same type of people. They had the same aura, the aura of the Highland and the Black Tower. He had heard that Brando was a Highland knight, and at this moment, he believed it. But a Highland knight who had a mentor as his squire? What kind of existence was that? While Rabban's mind was in a mess, Cornelius once again withdrew his gaze from the forest. How bold. He was talking about the scouts outside. The scouts had split into 2 groups. One group was heading towards Abes, while the other was heading north to return to Lord Paulus. They parted ways outside the forest and disappeared into the distance. "Hey," Seal looked in that direction and raised his eyebrows slightly. His expression was very similar to Brendel's. In the young wizard's mind, Brendel could be said to be the best master. He was enigmatic and seemed to know everything. He had been trying to imitate Brando's every move recently, and there were signs of him going crazy. However, he immediately laughed at himself. "Carglass? I didn't expect that little guy to be so famous among the scouts under Lord Paulus. He has been clamoring for a duel with one of you every day. Don't you two have any objections?" Rabban and Cornelius's expression immediately became strange. During the ambush against Lord Maxon, the one who caused them the most trouble was the youth called Carglass. Even Rabban, a veteran, was full of praise for the young man's ability to judge the battlefield. If they hadn't captured Lord Maxon alive in the end, they might have been killed by the young man. However, the county wanted to make fun of the Nightsong Tiger, Rabban, and Cornelius. They had promised that there would be no problems, but in the end, they made a mistake. If the county had acted personally, Carglass would have been captured even if he had grown wings. However, it was precisely because of this that the young man was still unconvinced. Although he didn't say anything like starting over as a soldier, he was still clamoring for a duel with Cornelius, the Nightsong Tiger, or Rabban. The youth's swordsmanship was also very good. Cornelius had wanted to teach him a lesson, but he did not expect that he would suffer a loss. From then on, the Nightsong Tiger, Rabban, and Cornelius would take a detour whenever they went near the dungeon to avoid embarrassing themselves. The county had told Brando that there was a child that he needed to educate, and in fact, he was referring to this youth. Seeing the 2 leaders' strange expressions, the youth smiled and shook his head. "So, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" He changed the topic and pointed outside. "How do we deal with it?" The silver-haired middle-aged man looked at the county with a questioning gaze. The 3 of them seemed to have ignored Tajiv, which made the subterrane dwellers' leader unhappy. Speaking of which, it was his men who had discovered the scouts and immediately notified the humans. However, the county did not forget about the subterranean dwellers' leader who had not been living a good life recently. He nodded at Tajiv. Of course, this matter is still Tajiv's contribution. As for how to deal with them, we will capture them. As for how to deal with them, that is Lord Maxon's business. Tajiv puffed out its chest when it heard this. What about the others? Rabin frowned. From the county's words, it seemed like they were going to release the scouts who went back to report the matter. The county nodded. Let them go. This is Lord Maxon's wish. What does that youth mean? Rabin and Cornelius looked at each other. What does he want to do? If he were to release those scouts, it was entirely possible that Lord Paulus would be alerted. If that happened, no one could say for sure what would happen next. However, the county did not answer the question and only looked up at the sky. It seems like Lord Maxon is going to do something big this time. P.S. Aha, it's actually one more chapter. Did you guess correctly? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 330. Brando was prepared to go all out this time. After the series of events in the Shafland mines, silver was like blood being injected into the veins of the territory, bringing vitality to the territory. At the same time, the benefits obtained from the runic dwarves' sanctuary had greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Brando quickly found that he had the strength to deal with greater challenges. But it was not just a challenge. Because challenges also represented opportunities, just like how risks and benefits always coexisted. At this time, Brando turned his gaze to the distant north. He decided to give the nobles a louder voice. A voice about the rise of a new power. As part of the plan, this new power had to prove itself to the ancient kingdom as soon as possible, whether it was a warning to the enemy or a confidence to potential allies. Brando considered that his letter should have reached Princess Griffine's hands by now. No matter what the reason was, the news of Lord Maxon's crushing defeat finally reached Count Randner's ears. Of course, it also reached the Royal Cavalry Academy at the same time, where the princess was sitting on the mahogany desk in front of her. The half-fairy princess' thin and thick eyelashes drooped slightly as she sat on a red velvet chair, looking at the two reports on the desk. To be exact, it was a letter and a piece of parchment. Today, she wore a well-tailored military uniform, but the special silver uniform accentuated her delicate curves, adding a sense of solemnity and heroism to her delicate appearance. Griffine did not open her mouth to speak, but her pale silver eyes occasionally blinked slightly. After a while, she used her finger to lightly tap on the desk, recovering from this rare state of concentration. She raised her head. Maynard and Oberway were not here. Standing in front of the desk was another group of people. In fact, she only recognized one of them. The half-fairy princess nodded to the old man. Teacher. The old man wearing a scholar's robe was the court master, Grand Master Fleetwood. He did not have the arrogance he had when facing Brando, but bowed respectfully. The princess was his proudest disciple, but at the same time, she was also the hope for the revival of the royal faction. Even though he had absolute authority when imparting knowledge, at this time, he had to show the courtesy of a subject. Your Highness. Princess Griffine smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping across the other people. She had never seen these people before, but she recognized them one by one. The only young man who was in good spirits, but he did not know what to do. That was Eek. There was a middle-aged man standing beside the young man. Even though he had been through a lot, he still had the temperament of a noble. The half-elf girl remembered seeing him when she was very young. She guessed that he should be Makarov. Makaro the cunning fox. The leader of the royal faction. Next to him was a man with long and slender palms. It was obvious that he had been practicing swordsmanship for a long time. Griffine smiled. It was Bugha the Cross. The last one, without a doubt, was the rumored noble who was different from the rest, the Violet Earl. Even though the half-fairy princess had never seen Bali before, she had heard of his name. Her gaze stopped on the 4 people one by one. Based on the clues from the past reports and her own meticulous observation, she recognized these famous guests without Grandmaster Fleetwood's introduction. The son of Duke Anthony, the current successor of the Cross Sword, the former leading figure of the royal faction, and Count Bar, who was known as the cunning fox of this generation. These people could indeed be considered to be famous. Especially the youngest, Eek. Even though Anthony was only a small duchy at the border between Ampere Seal and Erech, under the current situation, Duke Lone's support was crucial to the princess. Fortunately, Duke Anthony and Duke Erech had always been at odds, and this had already escalated to the level of hatred. Griffin's gaze stopped on Eek's face for a second. This special treatment made the young man blush. He had yet to adapt to his past identity. Anyone who suddenly jumped from a nameless mercenary to a prominent noble would be shocked. Moreover, he did not expect the princess to be so beautiful. As a half-elf, she was known as the brightest jewel in Erwin's crown. Griffin had a special kind of beauty in her temperament. It was as if she had the coldness of an elf, but also the friendliness of a human. The two opposite temperaments mixed together easily made people who saw her for the first time feel a rush of excitement. Even though she was still young, she already had the potential to cause the downfall of a city. Mr. Eek, Griffin said, Lord Macaro, Count Bali, Mr. Buga, I'm very happy that you are here to support the royal family of Covardo at this time. She opened her mouth and pointed out their identities one by one, which obviously surprised them. Only Macaro was happy. He saw that the princess was indeed as outstanding as the rumors said. With such an heir to the royal family of Covardo, he felt that his hopes were not so slim. This cunning fox always believed that humans were the most important, but the human heart was just as important as manpower. He did not like the impulsiveness of the eldest prince. Now that he saw the princess, he felt a lot more at ease. But for some reason, he suddenly thought of another young man at this time. He quickly shook his head and expelled this experience from his memory. The Violet Count did not say anything as he looked at the 2 reports on the princess's desk from afar. He was not interested in the princess's polite words. As for determining their identity, it was not difficult. If Princess Griffin could not even do this, then she would be letting down the rumors about her. On the contrary, he was very interested in why the princess was so engrossed in the reports. He was a person like the princess, who rarely revealed her emotions. However, when they came in, the princess was reading the 2 reports with her hands on her cheeks. As he read, he even smiled slightly. Count Bar was willing to bet that the princess herself didn't even realize that she was laughing just now. Interesting. The unusual nobleman said to himself in his heart. However, he did not speak rashly. Even though he did not stick to the rules, he was not a rash person. It was not his turn to speak at this time. He looked at Fleetwood, and sure enough, the old man had already spoken. Your Highness, please don't say that. This old servant is a little late than expected. Fleetwood lowered his head and replied, there were some delays on the way. He looked up and asked, Your Highness, how is the situation in the north right now? Dark clouds are gathering. Princess Griffin looked out of the window and used a simple but appropriate word to describe the movements of the Duke's alliance in the north. Their lobbyists have already entered Ampere Seal, and it seems that they are about to persuade the greedy merchants. Are there any plans to counter them? Makarov asked. Everyone looked at him, but after more than 10 years of experience, this cunning fox had changed. He had become much more practical, and no longer followed the rules of the noble circle. Under normal circumstances, it was not his turn to speak. But because of this, Griffin's silver eyes lit up slightly. Unlike the others, this princess appreciated such talents more. I have already asked Princess Magadal. You all know that she has a lot of connections, and has a close relationship with the Holy Cathedral. She might be able to turn the situation around. The half-elf girl replied. Is it that nun princess? Fleetwood asked tentatively. The half-elf girl nodded. Is there any protection? Makarov immediately asked. At this stage of the war, the enemy, and our side's movements are almost transparent. Once Princess Magadal leaves this place, she might be intercepted. Griffin was even more impressed, and she smiled slightly. Of course, Maynard will personally lead the team. Bugha raised his eyebrows. Maynard was Madame Miller's daughter, and was related to Duke Lone. He had met her once a long time ago. At that time, she was still a little girl, but the talent she displayed in swordsmanship was already amazing. He thought that after so many years, she should have grown into an outstanding swordsman. Bugha knew Maynard, and Makarov was no exception. When he heard the name, he was obviously relieved, but he still said, Madame Miller's daughter may be outstanding, but she is still a student of the academy. I think that your highness needs a more experienced leader. Princess Griffin nodded. That is why I did not let them leave immediately, but waited for everyone to arrive. Makarov was shocked. He and Bugha looked at each other, and they were both impressed by the princess' flawless arrangements. Bugha immediately stepped forward and placed a hand on his sword. I will not refuse. Griffin nodded. The room became silent. Even though Duke Lone and the Corvado royal family had a secret agreement to reach, it was not a good time to talk about it. But everyone felt as if there was nothing else to talk about other than this matter. The pressure from the north was getting stronger, and even though everyone's expression was calm, they still felt a sense of urgency. Naturally, they were not in the mood to talk about the affairs of the nobles. Only the half-fairy princess was more relaxed. She smiled at her guests. Everyone, please have a seat. Why don't we talk about something more relaxing? I have been hearing bad news for the past few days. Tell me about some interesting things that happened along the way. If I remember correctly, Mr. Eek was once a mercenary, right? That is a unique and amazing experience among us nobles. Princess Griffin looked at Makarov as she spoke, obviously praising him as well. Also, I remember that Master Fleetwood is always punctual. This time, you must have met with some trouble. Can you tell me more about it? Griffin asked in a relaxed tone. Eek was currently in a state of absent-mindedness. He didn't have the ability to answer the princess's question. He could only stammer and stammer. It was Grandmaster Fleetwood who spoke first. It's like this, Your Highness. We did meet with some trouble. It has something to do with the golden apple. The golden apple. Griffin felt her heart skip a beat as she focused her attention. This slight change in the princess's expression was hidden from almost everyone, but only Count Bar saw it. The noble who stood out from the crowd raised his eyebrows. P.S. Hey, buddy, don't tell me you don't believe this is real. There's an even bigger surprise to come. However, it seems like your support isn't that great. Chapter 331. Let's turn our attention to Paydarson. The core of Ranner province was located at the border between Ranner province, Arek, and Frada. Originally, it was to prevent the Highlanders from invading the north, but as the kingdom's rule over the south gradually stabilized, it became the center of political symbolism. Currently, Ranner's largest fortress was Fort Balasar, but Count Ranner still preferred to place his administrative center in Paydarson. Paydarson Castle had a history of nearly 130 years. Its style originated from the revival of the Elven style during the year of the Return of Glory, and it could be said to be one of the few surviving works of art from that era. It was also one of the proudest places of the Ranner family. It symbolized the respect this family had for tradition, and this respect earned them a relatively high reputation among the nobles. Of course, this also complemented Count Ranner's good reputation among the nobles of Aween for being a two-faced person. Just like the veteran gatekeeper, Hood had been guarding the gate of the castle for most of his life, but since the November War, this was the first time he saw a knight rushing towards the gate at such a fast speed. The ground shook from the impact of the horse's hooves. The veteran almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The world is still peaceful right now. Is there a war in the north already? The veteran immediately recognized the knight's attire. It was one of his own. There was an urgent report. Hood was an experienced veteran. He pushed the slow-moving novice aside and gripped the capstan with his bulging veins. The gate immediately creaked as it rose. The knight did not stop at all. He flashed across the drawbridge like a bolt of lightning and went straight into the castle. The report in his hands was quickly passed to the castle's attendant, who then passed it to the steward. It did not take much time to pass it up the chain of command. Count Ranner had set 3 levels of urgency for his letters, and this letter was one of them. It had been almost 10 years since such a report appeared. Most of it was military news. Soon, the steward rang a bell. The bell was connected to Count Ranner's room by a string. Most nobles could use magic, but Count Ranner had a hobby. He knew a little about magic because he believed that magic was not a safe thing to do. If he could use machinery, he would definitely not use magic. This was a well-known anecdote among the nobles. When the bell rang on Count Ranner's left hand, he was conversing with his guest. Count Ranner had a head full of white hair, but no one could tell how old he was. He had participated in the November War. The tragedy of the November War had nothing to do with the nobles. It was a war that greatly damaged the kingdom, and the nobles still remembered it clearly. Monsieur the Count wore a monocle, and was neatly dressed, with a black ermine coat with a ruffled ruff of silver, and a handsome beard, though there was a faint smile of benevolence on his face. But to others, this smile signified an unfathomable emotion. Especially the guest sitting below. This guest was not from Kurlutz, and many people like him did not even admit that they were from Aoin. In Erewhon's SS, they had a common name, Highlanders. Highlanders, as the name suggested, were the people of the mountains. There were many tribes in Wone that were called Highlanders, and most of them were barbarians. Erewhon's Highlanders were a branch of the Natai people. They were considered uncivilized 200 years ago, but after being ruled by the kingdom, they gradually integrated into the civilized world. However, there was one thing that did not change. The Highlanders had always pursued their own independence. Of course, this independence was not tolerated by the kingdom. Thus, the borders of Ranner had never been peaceful, and there were all sorts of conflicts and border wars all year round. Of course, not all Highlanders were like this. There were some who were willing to accept the rule of the kingdom. For example, the guest sitting beside Ranner came from a region under Ranner's rule. His purpose in coming here was simple. He hoped that Count Ranner could reduce the taxes in the south. Due to the invasion of Madara, and the fact that Madara's army was still entrenched in the south, it was an open secret. The flames of war had a devastating effect on the local agriculture and production. Many regions had almost no harvests. Not to mention the heavy taxes, it was difficult to even survive. However, the kingdom did not seem to notice this. Instead, its rule over the Highlanders became even stricter. Count Ranner listened attentively to the guest's story. He maintained a smile on his face throughout and did not express his opinion. For someone of his age, his smile made him seem like a kind old man, but the guest sitting below him did not dare to think so. Most people who thought so did not have a dignified ending. Just as the envoy was about to state his request, the bell on Count Ranner's left hand began to ring. The Count's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he could not maintain a smile on his face since this afternoon. He could not remember how long it had been since he received an urgent report. The old man frowned slightly and stood up. However, he did not appear to be rude at all. Instead, he politely nodded to the envoy and said, "My apologies, please wait a moment. Allow me to leave for a moment." "Please, my lord." The envoy stood up in fear and trepidation. He did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Count Ranner left the study and opened a door to a room next to it. He immediately saw his aide and assistant waiting for him. "What's going on?" Count Ranner's expression did not remain unchanged in front of his longtime deputy. Instead, he immediately asked with a solemn expression. "It's related to Tonagel." The aide replied. "Is it the same matter as last time?" Count Ranner took a silver snuff bottle from the servant beside him and took a puff. "That trash still hasn't been dealt with?" It's already been half a month. The old noble said angrily. There's a new report this time. It was sent by Lord Paulus. Lord Paulus? Count Ranner paused for a moment. Lord Paulus was Grodin's retainer, but he was also Count Ranner's old subordinate. Lord Paulus had participated in the November War with Count Ranner. Even though he only participated in a few small battles at the end of the war, he was still Count Ranner's most trusted aide. Count Ranner did not doubt Lord Paulus' loyalty to him and his family. When he heard that the report was from the old knight, he immediately calmed down and asked, "What did he say?" The aide did not answer. Instead, he passed the letter to Count Ranner. Brando? Princess Griffin's thin eyebrows finally moved slightly when she heard the name. A hint of surprise flashed in her pale silver eyes. The surprise only lasted for a moment before she furrowed her brows. That young man told you that his name is Brando? The half-fairy princess raised her eyelashes slightly and looked at the guests in front of her. Most people wouldn't easily reveal their true identity under such circumstances. That's for most people. This was the first time Count Bar interrupted. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, but I don't think he's an ordinary person. Someone who has such a close relationship with the Silver Elves can't be that ordinary. Your Highness, Griffin crossed her slender fingers and rested them on her chin. She was lost in thought for a moment. Golden Apple, Silver Elf, Dragon Magic, Highland Knight. She lowered her head. You said he's a silver-ranked warrior? I'm afraid so. Makarov nodded. 20 years old. Princess Griffin looked at Eichel, but her heart was in turmoil. Oberbeck clearly told her that the young man was at most a iron-ranked warrior. Isn't that the same as Mr. Eichel? He's a true prodigy, Bugha replied. There's another interesting thing, his swordsmanship. What's wrong with his swordsmanship? His swordsmanship has a shadow that I'm very familiar with. It's like someone I know, Mr. Bugha, please continue. Sword Saint Darius. Sword Saint Darius? Griffin was puzzled, but Mr. Bugha, you said that the young man uses the standard Erewhon's military swordsmanship. It's not the same as Grandmaster Darius, right? Sword Saint Darius also knows how to use military swordsmanship, Fleetwood replied. Your Highness, have you forgotten that he was born in the military? Improved swordsmanship. Princess Griffin's heart skipped a beat. Fleetwood continued, but a 20-year-old silver-ranked swordsman is already very rare. The old man glanced at Eichel as he spoke. The young man lowered his head in embarrassment. The half-elf girl also felt a little emotional when she heard this. The Champions Tournament had just ended, and a group of similarly outstanding youths had emerged. She couldn't help but wonder if Mother Marcia was still looking after Aween. But if that's the case, why is the situation so difficult? Why do I feel so powerless? Griffin felt a little tired, but she immediately used her extraordinary willpower to divert her attention. She took a deep breath and her face lost some color. But she still asked seriously, also, Grandmaster Fleetwood. Your Highness. You said that the golden apple in the young man's hand did not form a connection with his soul? Yes, I am certain that I did not see wrongly, Fleetwood replied. I can guarantee this with the honor of being a court magician for decades. This time, Griffin was really tempted. It was said that the golden apple could change a person's fate and make them change completely. If she had the golden apple, would her weak brother be able to become the real king of Erewhon? But what puzzled her was that anyone who got their hands on the golden apple would immediately think of a way to take it for themselves. But why was that young man unmoved? Was it just a fake? Impossible, her teacher would not have seen wrongly. But Griffin thought that since the young man had such a close relationship with the Silver Elves, he might not be an ordinary person. Maybe he had other plans for the golden apple. Griffin thought of the legends of the Highland Knight, Dragon Magic, and the Silver Elves, and her heart began to pound. Griffin looked up, her eyes shining. Can we find a way to win him over? Win him over? Everyone was stunned. Of course they wanted to. Whether it was his relationship with the Silver Elves or the owner of the golden apple, they were willing to do so. But they had already offended him, so what could they do? Although the young man showed that he had a good impression of the royal family, it did not mean anything. It's a little difficult, Makarov, the most pragmatic person, immediately replied. No. Griffin smiled and shook her head. She thought that it was a little funny. It might not be as difficult as you think, if it is the same person. Everyone was stunned. Griffin picked up a letter in front of her with 2 fingers and handed it over. Take a look. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 332. On the 17th of the month of autumn, written in Tanajul, Baron Abe's territory. Griffin. Your Highness Oderfeis. During the battle 2 nights ago, Madara's undead army from the Black Lord Insursta's side bypassed the 4 southern territories and launched a sneak attack on Abe's castle. Not only did they cause heavy casualties, but Baron Griffin also died in the battle. As a guest of the Baron's hospitality, a knight of the kingdom, and the Lord of Valhalla, this humble servant believes that this humble servant is responsible for the defense of this place. After a night of battle, the undead have been repelled. However, in order to prevent the undead from invading again, from today onwards, I will temporarily take charge of the defense and administration of this place until the new lord personally appointed by Her Highness arrives. Makarov took the letter and read half of it. His expression turned strange. However, he was still an experienced and knowledgeable person. He coughed and continued reading. Furthermore, this humble servant is questioning Count Randner's responsibility. Why did he conceal the news of Insursta's undead army stopping in the south, and why did he allow Madara's army to bypass the 4 territories without warning? Secondly, I hope that Your Highness will forgive me. Lastly, I will attach a magic stone that recorded the images of the battlefield to prove my words. He raised his head. The magic stone is with me, the princess replied without changing her expression. Please continue reading, Lord Makarov. That's all, Your Highness. No, there's one more sentence. The princess' thick eyelashes drooped slightly. Makarov picked up the letter and saw that there was indeed a line of words at the bottom. His eyelids twitched when he saw the words, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Brando. The scene fell silent. Makarov put the letter back in its original position with a strange expression on his face. He then looked at the others and joked, I know Baron Grodin isn't doing his job well, but this little guy is a little too daring. He thought for a moment, but could not find the right words to describe this boldness. This is ridiculous. Grandmaster Fleetwood said coldly, this is a challenge to the kingdom. He's breaking the rules of the game between nobles. Princess Griffin frowned when she heard the word rules of the game. This subtle change in expression did not escape the eyes of the Violet Countess. What do you all think? She asked. I believe in Mr. Brando's words. Eek was the first to speak. Although the young man was a bit nervous, he still stood up and said, the Mr. Brando I know is a real knight. People can be disguised, young man, said Master Fleetwood. Makarov and the Violet Countess nodded in agreement. As nobles who had experienced many conflicts, they had a much deeper understanding of human nature than ordinary people. The half-elf girl's expression was a little dull. She didn't say a word, and her expression showed neither approval nor disapproval. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she looked at the young man who spoke for the first time with her silver eyes. Grandmaster Fleetwood, Eek bowed respectfully to the old man, but he did not back down. People will not lie in the face of life and death. Moreover, what I saw was actions, not words. The childishness on the young man's face slowly faded away. He looked at everyone present except for Princess Griffin and said, otherwise, I don't think Mr. Brando would be able to reprimand us so righteously. Even the legendary divine artifact acknowledged his words. The half-elf girl was a little surprised. She had heard Makarov and the others mention the divine artifact before. But what did Eek mean when he said that Brando reprimanded them so righteously and caused the divine artifact to react? She looked at the others curiously. Her curiosity was no different from a 15-year-old girl's curiosity towards the outside world, but there was a hint of restraint in her actions. Fleetwood didn't expect Ike to bring up the matter. They had planned to keep it a secret since it wasn't something to be proud of. But when he saw the princess's girlish eyes, he knew he couldn't keep it a secret anymore. If the princess wanted to know something, she would know it. She was smart enough to know it. The Grand Master coughed and nodded to Makarov. Makarov felt even more helpless because he was the one who was reprimanded the most. Left with no other choice, the cunning fox could only recount the entire incident. He then added, "Your Highness, we didn't mean to hide such a small matter." Princess Griffin nodded and said with tolerance, "It's not strange to have conflicts due to different viewpoints. But come to think of it, Master Fleetwood, you were the one who taught me this." Fleetwood hurriedly lowered his head in fear and trepidation. He knew that his student was blaming him for trying to hide this matter. This made the old man feel both fear and relief. The fear came from the suspicion of his superior, but the relief came from the fact that the princess was complaining instead of blaming him. This could be considered a form of intimacy. Makarov and Count Bar looked at each other and sighed in relief. The princess had already said that she wouldn't pursue this matter. Although the Violet Earl was nominally under Grand Duke Lone's command, since his lord had chosen a side, he had to serve this new alliance wholeheartedly. Griffin asked again, "But you said that when the young man called Brando reprimanded you, he reacted to the divine artifact. I'm curious, what did he say to cause such a huge commotion?" "He asked us if we still remember the beliefs of the late king." Makarov replied in a low voice. In fact, Brando's question had shaken him greatly. Every question that the young man asked was straight to the point. At least for the royal faction, it was a question of their ideals and pursuit. It sounded intolerable, but they couldn't refute it. Oh. Griffin's interest was piqued. She suddenly remembered the story that Oberway told her. It was the story of a knight leading a group of refugees to attack Madara's army. It was a story that shone in the ancient times when the blood of Erewhon's nobles had yet to turn cold. But what made her heart sway was that this story really happened in the same era as her. That was why she remembered the knight in the story. But today, she couldn't help but recall that scene. "Can you tell me more about it?" she asked subconsciously. Makarov was in a difficult position. For the first time, the Violet Count beside him took the initiative to stand up. He replied, "Let me repeat." "Thank you." Griffin nodded slightly. Count Bar's expression turned serious. "I remember that during the most glorious era of Erewhon. Erewhon's knight held a bugle and a swallow-tailed flag. When the bugle sounded, the blades of the kingdom charged forward. The room suddenly became quiet. Makarov sighed and continued Count Bar's words. "I remember that the battlefield was a sea of flags embroidered with the golden coat of arms of Corvado, Grenoires, and Arec. I remember that the nobles of that era still kept their oaths. Do you still remember that oath?" "Of course." Griffin closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. She crossed her fingers and put them to her nose as if she was praying. The answer in her heart was clearer than anyone else. She silently said, "I swear the oath of the sage under this sword. I vow to lead my people away from strife and slaughter, away from the arrogance and greed of the nobles of the empire. I vow to not repeat the cold-blooded mistakes of history. I vow to make the nobles of this new kingdom follow the spirit of chivalry. I vow to be fair and strict, upright and brave, merciful and generous. I vow to uphold this vow with all my strength." When the last syllable fell, the weak and strong half-fairy princess was in a daze. What the young man said was so clear that it seemed to have hit the weak spot in her heart. Griffin always thought that she was strong enough, but when someone understood her lifelong dream, the strong half-elf girl was still stunned. She didn't know that there was another her in the other world, and she was using the same determination and hard work to carry out her dream. In that world, Aween was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea, but she steered the boat forward with unparalleled faith. The dream that ran through Erewhon's main storyline in the Amber Sword. It was like a light in the dark, attracting all the moths. Whether it was the Valkyrie or Erewhon's players, countless people stepped forward to let their dreams overlap, just to realize the dream of the Princess Regent. In that dream, the late King Eric swore under the sword to lead his knight to break through the darkness and bring warmth and peace to everyone. That dream was shattered. But at this moment, the dream had just been born. Princess Griffin opened her eyes, and the hesitation of the past few days seemed to be swept away. Although the dark clouds in the northern sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the first snow seemed to be ready to fall, she felt that she had found the direction. He's right. The half-elf girl's expression was a little more serious. But dreams can only be realized by breaking reality. The difficulty will not be reduced because we have become determined. The question is, how do we deal with it? What do you think? She looked up and asked. Tell me your thoughts on this matter. P.S. There are always countless prophetic emperors. You've all worked hard, so I'll satisfy you all a little. Chapter 333. He's trying to get on our good side. Makarov replied succinctly. Interesting. The Violet Count smiled. Even though the young man was impulsive, he was not reckless. He was indeed interesting, and the fact that the young man sent the letter at such an opportune time was extremely good. This was obviously not a coincidence. Bar raised his head and glanced at Makarov, thinking that the old fox must have noticed this as well. But what does he want? If he wants support, it's too naive to rely on a letter that can't even be considered a pledge of allegiance. Someone who can send such a letter is definitely not so naive. But if he only wants a promise from the royal faction and the princess, then how is he going to resolve the crisis? Empty words will not be able to stop an army. The Violet Count was suddenly very curious. This young man's actions were like walking on a tightrope, dangerous and exciting. But what made him even more interested was that this was the first time he could not see through the outcome of a matter. Interesting. He just wants us to shelter him from the wind and rain. Fleetwood furrowed his brows. How can there be such a good thing, Your Highness? If we agree to his request, we will greatly offend Count Ranner. Princess Griffin furrowed her brows. Count Ranner was not a reliable ally to her, and it was more like a knife that was hanging behind her back. But this old man had not made his stance clear. Just like what her teacher said, it would be unwise to force him to side with the royal family. Humph, an old fox. Griffin rubbed her forehead in annoyance. I don't think that young man doesn't know about this, Makarov thought for a while and interrupted. He should know who's more important in our hearts, him and Count Ranner. Makarov, you mean? Princess Griffin muttered to herself for a moment, and her silver eyes lit up. She looked at the letter on the table. If that's the case, why did he send this letter? I don't think it's to mock our intelligence, Makarov asked. This witty remark made the Violet Countess smile. Princess Griffin's expression also became gentler. Only Wood snorted softly. That's right. There are two meanings behind the word shelter. Count Bar agreed with Makarov's point of view. I think this young man is trying to be friendly with us, but he doesn't want to join us. He knows his place very well. Then what does he want to do? Grandmaster Fleetwood's snow-white eyebrows twitched. Although he was Erewhon's chief court magician, he had devoted his whole life to learning more advanced magic skills, so he still didn't know much about the fights between nobles. What does he want to do? Didn't he make it very clear? The Violet Earl smiled. Although Grandmaster Fleetwood was not good at reading people's minds, he was still a wise man who had made it this far on the path of wizardry. Are you saying that he wants us to admit his words? Grandmaster Fleetwood asked. He frowned. Even though he did not have a good impression of the young man, he had to admit that it was a worthwhile investment if he could gain Brendel's goodwill. The old man knew his place. He was Erewhon's court magician, the mentor of this half-fairy princess, and Grandmaster Fleetwood. His personal likes and dislikes had to be placed behind the interests of the group. There's no need to accept his words. This youth's goal is clear. He wants to go against Count Randner, but he wants to avoid attracting everyone's attention. Makarov was the one who saw through Brendel's intentions the clearest. His target is Count Randner, but he wants to avoid being attacked by everyone. But his actions are already a challenge to all the nobles. No one has ever dared to take over a legitimate noble's territory. This precedent, the old man shook his head worriedly. This young man didn't take it by force. Count Bar shook his head and said in amusement. Makarov glanced at him. He was curious why the Violet Count, who usually did not have any preferences, would side with the young man. However, he still replied, that depends on how others interpret it. Most importantly, how we interpret it is. Sometimes, an excuse and a direct confrontation are two completely different things, Makarov replied. His letter said that the magic stone used to record the information. Has your Highness seen it? I did. Griffin nodded. There is indeed Madara's army, and there are more than a few of them. Griffin snorted. I don't want to get involved in the conflict between Count Randner and Madara, but, she did not finish her sentence, but the dissatisfaction in her words was very obvious. He's well prepared. Count Bar was referring to Brando. He was starting to admire the young man more and more. Then let's see what benefits we can get. Makarov's expression became serious. We can't give up on Count Randner. But there's something that surprised me. Everyone looked at Makarov, waiting for him to continue. He seems to have seen through our relationship with Count Randner. He wants to use us as a pawn. A pawn? Grandmaster Fleetwood was puzzled. Amazing. Count Bar's eyes lit up. Even he did not see through Brendel's intentions. This is a good move to force Count Randner into a corner. Yes, Makarov nodded. Unlike the Violet Count's surprise, Makarov was a little apprehensive. Putting aside how Brando managed to guess the thoughts of the royal faction, just his foresight towards Erwin was enough to make him raise his guard. This young man is trying to get on our good side. Count Randner should know that there are no secrets between nobles. Then, Makarov continued, what do you think that old fox will do? If he chooses to side with Duke Arek, what kind of situation will he face? He will be attacked from the back. The Violet Countess listened quietly. She couldn't help but look at the old leader of the royal faction, whose hair had turned gray, but who was still as elegant as ever. She couldn't help but think to herself, only this person could see through the situation so clearly. As expected, the older the wiser. But what benefits does he have by doing this? Princess Griffin nodded in agreement after listening to Makarov's words. He's willing to be our pawn. If we can get Count Randner to side with us, we can abandon him at any time. I'm sure he understands this. Grandmaster Fleetwood was startled. He felt that the young man was not as hateful as he thought, but he still hesitated. That young man seems to have a good impression of us. He might be willing to side with us. Besides, we're the only ones who can cover this up for him. Count Bar glanced at the old man. A scholar will always be a scholar, and he will never become a politician. He continued, what this young man wants is simple. He wants to play a game of balance. He's choosing a side, and he's certain that Count Randner will not side with us. What a gambler. A voice came from outside the door. The knight outside opened the door, and a noble wearing a mink coat walked in. Seeing the familiar face, Makarov was slightly startled. Oberway. When he was still in the royal faction, Oberway was just a smart and capable young man. But at this moment, the impulsiveness and sharpness on his youthful face had receded, and his temperament had become steady and sharp. Oberway looked at Makarov and bowed slightly to the princess, Your Highness. He then greeted Makarov, Lord Makarov. Oberway's position in the king's party was slightly higher than Makarov's, but Oberway's humble attitude made Makarov very happy. He nodded and smiled, Lord Oberway. You're welcome. Oberway raised his head and replied, let's continue the topic from before. I believe that Lord Makarov and Count Bar's analysis is not without reason, but I have something to say about what the young man wants. The room became silent. Everyone's gaze was on the uninvited guest, especially Princess Griffin. Out of everyone present, she was the only one who knew that the Wolf Baron was the one who understood the youth the most. Oberwei looked around and smiled. Some people are not worthy of being chess pieces, they are mediocre. Some people unconsciously become chess pieces for others, they are fools. But if this young man takes the initiative to become our chess piece, then he is a chess player. Chess player? Yes, even if he only controls one chess piece, he can still be considered a chess player. It's just that in this game of chess, he's already on the same level as us. Oberwei paused. He's a chess piece, but so are we. It's just that we have more resources. Everyone was silent. So, Oberwei, you're saying that he wants to participate in this game? Even the half-elf girl was in disbelief. She took a deep breath and said, "Isn't this like trying to gain something without risking anything? This is too infuriating." Yes, Oberwei shook his head and saw the helplessness in Makarov's eyes, but we can only choose to accept because his proposal is the most beneficial choice for us. What a cunning fellow. Fleetwood shook his head and suddenly felt that he should not have participated in this discussion. He rubbed his forehead. Then what should we do? The old man asked tiredly. Just smooth things over. Oberwei made the final decision. As for the rest, he smiled. Let's just watch the young man perform. Perform? Everyone was in disbelief. Even Eek, who had the most confidence in Brando, could not help but worry. On one side was a young man with nothing, and on the other side was the cunning and powerful Count Randner. Perhaps Brando had the Silver Elves behind him, but the Silver Elves had already made it clear that they would not interfere in Erewhon's internal strife. Then where did his confidence come from? Princess Griffin was the only one who looked at the report on the table thoughtfully. There was only a simple sentence written on the report: Trentheim, Sir Maxon suffered a crushing defeat. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.